Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, big brother. How are you?
I'm all right. I got the promotional video playing right now. I won't start till like 4:30.
Stand by for the countdown. Prepare audio to maximum impact. Boulevard is
reality simple. My black people, it's all about the unity. There's nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody more for me. Like that again, we make the plain and simple. Bringing knowledge and fire and reality simple.
Let's be honest. If black folks are going to get reparations, then they're going to need a four-star general's approach to it. It will have to be approached in an organized, sustained, military-like way. A flamethrower of a man will have to be the keynote speaker concerning reparations. Brother Malcolm would have been the perfect man to go into the United Nations to pressure the power structure to give us reparations. But he's no longer with us, and his brothers who helped stop him haven't picked up the tab. They weren't serious. If reparations is going to be addressed, then a serious individual like this brother named Taalik Ibn'rad should be sent to the UN to speak before the General Assembly. Taalik has the qualifications to be taken serious. He's been consistent in his seriousness. He's a man that's not going to go into the UN and bite his tongue. He's going to express how he really feels. He won't modify his delivery. He won't flip the script, buck, bow, smile, and beguile. He'll let the power structure know how black people really feel and why they need restoration for the mental and spiritual destruction done to all of us. Go get him. Wake him up in the middle of the night and bring him to New York. He'll come in a clean but wrinkled undershirt with a loose-fitting collar. He might come in a robe, maybe in a suit. He might drive a truck to the UN. But you can rest assured, Taalik will be coming as himself. And once the world hears him, the fight for what black folks need will be over. It doesn't matter if Taalik is the opening or the keynote speaker. All you have to do is hear him, and you'll be hooked. What? Meet you at the old Autobahn so we can rally up and organize the people? Haven't you heard that place is always closed? The old ones in the power structure vowed that they would never again give the people that kind of space to assemble. They are scared of Malcolm's ghost now returning to the crime scene. That's why that place is always closed. This is Dusty Basement Studios, and we approve of this message.
We are in a state of emergency. Prejudice. Wrote a song about it? Like to hear it? Here it goes. Free your mind. Peace, Myron, always.
I'm so Sister J,
I'm so Sister D.
and I just wanted to say thank you for all the people who helped to the medical fundraiser for my uncle Taalik. And it has meant so much to us that you would help, because without you guys, his life would not be possible and we would not be with him today right now. And I just want to say, for all of you that helped and that donated, I would really like to give a big thanks, and I hope I can meet you one day and say thank you in person. I love you guys. And
Okay, thank you for donating to my uncle Taalik. I appreciate it, and I know that my family appreciate it because he's been in our lives for years now. So yeah, and I just want to say thank you because yeah, okay, yeah, we love you guys.
bye.
Bye. Peace, Myron, always. Peace, Myron, always. Peace, Myron, always.
God is on trial. I ordered this book from Amazon, and I must say I've read it. It's very well written, very thought-provoking.
Things that make you go confused. You know, these aren't jokes, these are thoughts, these are things that make you say,
So when we look at how do we move forward and not ask or beg for reparations, how do we take reparations? Well, the initiative, our organization, we have a plan. And we're going to be taking over cities in Mississippi. Now, some say, everyone said Mississippi. Don't you know them crackers in Mississippi? They love killing niggas. Yeah, well, that Mississippi cracker, we're going to have to deal with the gods because we're coming. We're coming. And see, we ain't going to beg because there's cities in Mississippi. I've named one, Mount Bayou, Mississippi. That's all black. Not one cracker lived there. Not one. Now, they only have one gas station and no supermarket. So like an empty canvas in Mississippi. Now, we know how to pool resources and make things happen. We can go there, run for office, because there's like, I think the population is 1,200. 1,200 people live in that city in Mississippi. And only, my last time checking the voter rolls, only 600 came out to vote. So that tells us that just as these crackers come with gentrification and get us out of the neighborhoods, and then we're stuck, we can move into these cities in Mississippi and come with a black first mindset and take it over and redo it. We can redo it. Because the people that live there, they don't have that fire. They don't have it. So we come there with that fire. We run for office. We get in office. Now we begin to change things.
When the documentary, Oh My God, Master Farad came out by Shabazz Productions, it stunned anyone who dared to watch it. That was on April 20th, 2012, and it contained over 4 hours of mind-blowing material. Many people didn't want it to be seen. So to stop the bleeding, those who didn't want the truth out immediately began to criticize the film. Oh my God, Master Farad, the one who was incarcerated. Now the film is even stronger. It's been expanded with 3 extra DVDs with even more powerful information, new photos, and much more. Don't wait. Get the documentary now. Get it while it's available in its purest form. Or make the mistake of searching for a copy 5 years from now when it's selling for over $300. You know, one of those bootleg copies that's been re-edited and all chopped up. You were advised. See an all-new stunning photograph of Master Farad at the time of his arrest, and who was also arrested, seated next to him. See the gravesite and location where Master Farad, the man who taught Elijah Muhammad, is buried. This all-new 5-DVD 9-hour documentary is a researcher's dream come true. Oh my God, it's an educational masterpiece. Free your mind.
This smile is going to be permanently glued to my face today. We celebrate training. You ready? Let's go get on it.
Drop it.
Hello.
Hey, I got the promotional video playing right now. It'll be over in about 8 minutes. Brother Muhammad is online with us too right now too, so just let you know.
Peace and blessings, Queen. How you doing?
Hello, hello.
Hey, my brother, you know I had to call you personally. I cannot just prove to you how happy I was to meet you in person, Myron. That was just like amazing. I keep it real.
What you?
Because I keep it real like that. I keep it real.
Operation Exodus, Mississippi. What is OEM? It is the only real solution for descendants of slaves born in America. The original Mississippi campaign. Anything else is fraud and will not work. It is the process of bringing into reality the promised land that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of. It is simply inspiring the so-called black residents of the to take advantage of their voting power, having a large population to take control of the political systems, laws of their state to benefit themselves, of which brings them power. Power they never had before. OEM has nothing to do with religious, personal, or political beliefs. Just wanting to make life less oppressive in this geographical area so blacks can feel safe and operate with less resistance due to racism, forming a type of safe haven sanctuary state for black people. OEM doesn't advocate trying to force the populace to do anything they don't wish to do, but offer advice and suggestions to improve their state for all citizens, regardless of race, creed, color, sexual orientation, etc. Some of the benefits of OEM could be: 1. As a state, you could finally request reparations due to the enslavement of our ancestors from the federal government. Being such, monetary or other awards will not be going to individuals or groups, but a state now in control that benefits this people to help build what this people need to act like true free of this nation. 2. Having control of the governor's mansion, you can control the state National Guard as well as all law enforcement of the state. 3. Create a different way of living among the people to alleviate homelessness and other poverty, requesting the citizens more modesty, opening up more jobs, more time with loved ones. 4. Offer true rehabilitation to those in criminal systems so monies on jails can go to more beneficial purposes. 5. State can request the federal government to release all political prisoners in federal custody or those forced into asylum in foreign lands to be returned to or handed to Mississippi so they can live out the rest of their lives in dignity. 6, Mississippi will become a true work state where every man, woman, and child can say they had something to do with the success of their state instead of credit going to a select few. 7, being an agriculture state already, we can specialize in the production of pure organic foods that is good for our citizens, also can be exported to other states and around the world, having a want for cheaper organically grown food products. 8, success of OEM will become the blueprint and example, having not enough room for all who now wish to move. So our eyes must be set upon perhaps Alabama, Georgia, and the like. 9, a state can function independently from the federal government, forming relations and deals in foreign lands like Africa to benefit the state and nation. The so-called Black people of America have never had true power that others respect. But by doing this, we will get the respect and power we have never experienced, and the doors that will open due to just taking control of your life, we can't imagine. Please be reminded, if not for the domestic terrorists targeting Black people of the South and the federal government refusing to protect its citizens, forcing them to flee, this OEM campaign probably would have been made a reality generations ago. So all you and I will be doing is the work our ancestors wanted to do, but couldn't do due to domestic violence from other citizens. Join and organize Operation Exodus Mississippi today, or become a supporter.
Keep it real.
What do I keep it real?
You're right. And so maybe what has gone on? And so she has used Black Girl swag to be able to it would cushion her. She thought that there was something, because people they listen to the dust squirting into their ear, and they're like, oh, there must be something wrong with these ladies. This is why these ladies can't do X, Y, Z. However, the person
We're ready to get started when you're ready. Ready when you are, Sister Nova. Can you hear me? Sister Nova. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think her mic is muted. She can't hear me. Okay. Hold on. Hey, your mic. I don't think you can hear me. Your mic is.
That's right. I got it on.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me take it off. Let me take it off because I put it on mute because I was typing something.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay. All right, we ready to roll, Sister Dear. Can you hear me? Okay. We ready to roll, Sister Alberta. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Alberta? Alberta. I do not know what's going on here. Alberta.
Please leave me a voicemail message. I will.
Can you hear me, Brother Muhammad?
Yes, sir. I can hear you fine. Loud and clear.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Trying to get the.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Arley Hill Drive.
Sister Alberta, can you hear me?
Yes, Alberta. I don't know what's going on.
Can you send her a message in the chat?
Let me see if I can do that. Let me call you back, Khalil. No, I'm talking. Alberta, can you hear us? Sister Courtney, how you doing? I can't hear you.
I was on mute, but hi. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. We're having some technical difficulties with Sister Noble.
Ah, okay. Understand.
I think she still got her mic off. She can't
It
hear
looks like it's on mute. It's on mute.
Yeah, I think her mic is on. Yeah, she got her mic on mute again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's on mute.
Why she's
we can see her.
Yeah. Let me call you back here. Okay,
you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Because I can't
You can't unmute her?
No, I can't unmute her. She got to unmute herself.
Oh, there she goes.
Okay.
It's up.
Okay.
Yeah. We ready to go, Sister Noble? Now she's unmuted, still can't. She's not responding.
Yeah, she's not, but it says it's unmuted.
It's unmuted now.
Right. Is she on a delay, maybe?
Hey.
Hey, there you go. Hey.
We ready to go.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no, you doing the opening. Okay.
I thought you were gonna say something and then I go. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Alberta Parrish, and welcome to Soul Liberation Day. I'm also an author. My new book, God is on Trial, is now available on Amazon Kindle for $3.99. It is also available in paperback for $13.99. I welcome everyone to Soul Liberation Day, and I hope you gain extraordinary insight about Operation Exodus Mississippi, our mission for Black people, and what it means for Black people to take our own destiny into our own hands. Operation Exodus Mississippi does not promote violence, anarchy, and fear-mongering, okay? Operation Exodus Mississippi is about taking control of the politics and the resources of the poorest state in the Union, which happens to be Mississippi. It is also meant to provide safe haven for the American Negro. I need everyone to understand that my views are not necessarily those of the other guests on this panel. And with that being said, I'm gonna say I'm at a point in my thinking in which I'm not very optimistic about Black people having an overall nationalistic mindset to want to liberate themselves, at least within the next 50 years from now, which is also very daunting and very scary. I don't believe, I just don't believe, and I don't see the majority of Black people comprehending just how much their lives are being controlled from sunup to sundown. I mean, I see a bunch of lost souls, and I just mean people. I'm not referring to your soul or your spirit body. I'm just saying I see a lot of lost people out here, Black people, who don't have what it takes to liberate themselves from the oppressor, even from the regular mundane routine of getting up, going to a job where you're already being underpaid and mistreated and discriminated against. And it doesn't benefit you. And now we're in a situation dealing with a pandemic, COVID-19, that is being used as a weapon against us. And I'm thinking about how most Black people just really don't want to be liberated from a system to which they've grown accustomed. Black people are used to this lifestyle. We're used to this lifestyle from birth to death. And a lot of us don't want to let go of this lifestyle of living in service to the government and begging the federal governments for money, for $600 stimulus checks, which is not enough even to pay your rent. You know, it's not even enough money to pay your rent, because most people's rent is well over $600 a month. I know the average rent in Atlanta is at least $1,000. We're constantly in a survival mode, begging the government and Congress for resources that we should be looking for within our communities, but can't find because the government has plundered our communities of wealth and resources. And we're looking for constant handouts from the federal government. As a result, we're constantly looking for handouts from the federal government because the government has stripped all of us of our independence to the point where many Black people can't even survive out here unless you're getting some form of monetary housing and food assistance from the government. And many Black people right now are in survival mode because of loss of income, job layoffs, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, right? I also think this government has used the COVID-19 pandemic as some sort of political weapon to neutralize and destroy parts of the economy that obviously affect Black people on a much higher level. Because although many Black people are mostly frontline workers, there are many more who have also been laid off and their hours cut, which means less income. That also translates over into people having a tough time paying their rent or their mortgage and utility bills. You know, I think the government has used the COVID-19 pandemic to get laws passed that will greatly impact Black people. And I'm not talking about it in a positive way. When I look at Black people's overall mentality in this country and the lack of integrity and pride, I'm really embarrassed at times. You know, I'm embarrassed. Many times I really feel embarrassed about our plight in the US. And we have not conquered our enemies. We have not conquered our enemies, but we have conquered each other. You know, we have conquered each other. I think I've been conditioned and programmed to give Black people a pass because of our history in this hemisphere. So I tend to make excuses for why Black people as a group hasn't done things necessary to liberate ourselves from an oppressive government. And now we're in a position in which this government has taken away our independence as a society to the point in which people are having a tough time affording food at the grocery stores and keeping a roof over their head. Black people have to go to their grocery stores and buy high-priced food. Black people rely on their food banks just to feed your children. Black people don't control the agricultural industry to grow our own food and feed ourselves as a consequence of failing to separate ourselves completely from those who would see us harm. You know, even if it means your own skin folk. Everybody that shares similar or almost similar DNA does not necessarily care about you or care for you. Everybody is not your friend. And it's time Black people realize these other groups are not your friends. This country was built off the backs of slaves, and they can't even give Americans a $2,000 stimulus check, which is not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. Do we lack the fortitude, the courage, and the pride to liberate ourselves and take our own destiny into our own hands? I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that question. Do we lack the fortitude, the courage, and the pride to liberate ourselves? Now I'm wondering at this point, do I really care if Black people liberate themselves? Because I'm not going to be here in less than 50 years. I'm not going to be here. I have less than 50 years left on my time clock. I am 46 years old. I have less than 50 years left on my time clock. I don't have to worry about kids because I never had any. I don't have to worry about future progeny being in this hellhole called Earth in 100 years from now because I don't have kids. And neither does my sister. Okay? I don't see Black people being liberated from anything in 50 years from today. And I'm wondering, do Black people on a massive scale want liberation? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. Wanting something and actually accomplishing it are two different things. Let me say again that my views are not necessarily those of the other guests on this panel. I wish I could be more optimistic about Black people's future. I wish I could be more optimistic about our future in this country, but I don't see a good future for us in this country. I think I told myself many years ago that I would sacrifice myself for Black people if I had to, because I love my people. But today, I don't feel that same way. I don't feel the same way I did back then years ago. But then again, back then I was a Christian. I was a Christian years ago. Right now, I'm telling you that I'm not willing to sacrifice myself for Black people. I'm not willing to do what some biblical savior did or allegedly did 2,000 years ago. And I'm not willing to put my life and my health on the line for Black people. I'm not in the mentality that I see today. No. I was taught by the church that I should love everybody and turn the other cheek, but I could not do that and survive as a Black woman in this society. I could not continue loving my enemies and survive as a Black woman in America. I had to develop a mental and emotional wall because the predators out here would have destroyed me if I had just remained a Christian. I've seen a lot of things over the years, and I've come to many realizations about myself, about my gender, about my race, about my group. I'm at a crossroads right now in my life, and my mind is telling me that I got less than 50 years left on my time clock. my generation has failed already. We failed. Yes, we have. We have failed already as a group. And I just don't see a good future for Black people in this country. I can't say that I see a good future for Black people anywhere, because I feel like most Black people don't really care to be liberated. I don't feel like most Black people want liberation from the oppressor. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, okay? You know, you don't mind fighting each other. You won't fight the oppressor, but you don't mind fighting each other. You don't mind going to war against each other and threatening other Black people, okay? Just this past Sunday, I was threatened with bodily harm on my job, but that's nothing new. That's nothing new about me being threatened with bodily harm. Somebody's always threatening me. Somebody's always threatening my livelihood. I was threatened with bodily harm by a Black woman. But then again, she might be bipolar. I don't know what's going on with her. She might be bipolar. Okay. She might have some mental illness. Who knows? There are many Black people out here undiagnosed with mental illnesses. Okay. And the government don't give a rat's buttocks about mentally ill people. Okay. Mm-hmm. They don't. The government people, the officials in government and Congress, in the Senate, they don't care about mentally ill people. Okay. But I mean, the government mistreat us every day. But I don't see Black people dying or sacrificing themselves to gain liberation from this oppressive government. I don't see that. So why should I die or sacrifice myself or my life for Black people while Black people continue acquiescing to this government that enslaved our people and still enslave our people today? You can't just get up every day and go do whatever you want to do unless you don't mind being homeless and starving to death. You have to go to work because they got us all paying taxes and bills and rent. Meanwhile, you're not working to benefit yourself. You're not doing it to benefit yourself. You're doing it to make somebody else rich, to make these other folks rich, okay, that own the corporations and the companies. They got us all under a form of economic slavery. But Black people are satisfied being slaves, though. I feel like most Black people are satisfied with being slaves. They're satisfied with living in this society that oppress you economically and socially and mentally. And that would explain why we're not yet liberated. Now I will pass the mic to Miss Courtney.
I thank you. I want to just say hello and how humbled and pleased I am to be joined by the other members of the panel. I want to thank you, Sis Noble, for doing what we need to do, which is kick the door in. I said we don't need to do pleasantries. We don't need to be, timid with our approach to this conversation. It's not comfortable for some, but fortunately for a lot of us, we are groomed in a life of discomfort. Again, we're groomed in a life of discomfort. So I tell people all the time, I get questioned because I don't have a car, never have owned one. And they say, oh my gosh, how do you live? And I said, I was blessed with 2 feet. That's how I live. I was blessed with 2 feet, and I was blessed with, opportunities. Whereas I have always said, if a community wants me there, community will make a way for me to be a part of it. I also don't have a television, or as our, aware people like to say, a television. I don't have a television. I control as much as possible the media intake that is coming through my home. So again, a lot of your views I know you did give the disclaimer, which was definitely appreciated, to say that your views may not be something that is shared amongst the entire panel here. But I tell you, I definitely agree with a lot of your sentiment, more than there is dissension. I am the proud mother and have been a proud legacy bearer of 2 children right now. I definitely, if inshallah, if I am so blessed to have a couple of more in my childbearing years, I definitely plan on doing so. But as of right now, I am the mother of two children, and I also call them their legacy bearers as well. I think one thing that I really wanted to focus on, that we want to continue to move this message beyond this day, and something that you hit on so well, is that to be comfortable with our oppression. We have to really dig in when we discuss this, when we consider this. This is a reality. For us to be comfortable with our oppression, panel members, esteemed panel members, and of course, anyone that is engaging in this conversation, in this discussion, please be aware that things that are being said are not said to offend anyone. But what it is it must be said in order to bring light, and to bring light and awareness to these conditions. And too many of us are, in fact, comfortable with our oppression. And I beg anyone to ask themselves this question: when has anything creative ever came out of you being comfortable? Panel members, esteemed panel members, anyone engaging in this discussion, we know how diamonds are formed. Diamonds are not formed in comfortable conditions. So much to the point that to be a diamond miner, okay, to be a diamond miner, you have to be willing to submit to one of the more brutal conditions that you can put your lung capacity to, okay? Because diamond has to be created out of such harsh conditions that not even 20% of a natural population can stand it. To whom much is given, much is required. And I think that you hit it right on the head, Sister Noble, when you said that, we become so comfortable with our oppression. We become so comfortable with being pigeonholed and told what we're worth, not even challenging nor engaging in what the promise of our own being has meant. We've lost the connection with our culture. We've lost the appreciation with our potential, and we've even lost the awareness of what our own value is. Now, we can look at several things and say, these are the causes of. And of course, the main one we look at is, of course, slavery. I think brother just said it best when he said, if anybody thinks that they escaped from slavery, being okay mentally, being okay psychologically, if you escape from slavery not being crazy, I don't know who. I haven't met one yet. Because when you can be taken from your place of origin, when you can be put in to conditions that you couldn't fathom, you know, previously, regardless, when you can be separated from your mother, from your father, when you can witness such brutality on such a scale for not weeks, not months, but hundreds of years, but be so bold to say that you have you by some chance have not been affected psychologically. It's beyond my thinking, but again, I'm no expert in that field. What I am is someone who attempts to gain wisdom from every situation that I've ever endured. I am a published author. I am a former elected official. I held the title of being the youngest elected official in my community in Coconut Grove, Miami, Florida. I was very proud to hold that position for 2 years prior to resigning and moving back here to Georgia, where I currently reside. And again, come from a line of legacy bearers, as my grandmother was the first African American and the first female elected mayor of Daytona Beach, Florida. Both parents, social workers, community committed. And even right now, I sit at, you know, on the shoulders of greatness with my sister, who is here in Atlanta and was just awarded the Oprah Winfrey Grant to continue her efforts with homeless and eviction fighting in advocacy activism in Austell, Georgia. So, you know, as we move through life, we must continue to realize that everything that happens is by no way a coincidence, but in some elevated appreciation and understanding is an opportunity to connect us, because no matter where we come from nor where we reside, there is something very key about the connection that we have to one another. And in some instances that makes us vulnerable, we feel. In some instances that makes us ashamed, we feel. In some instances that makes us downright discouraged, we feel. But in all instances, there is an opportunity to learn from those connections. There's an opportunity to learn from those relationships. And this is what I offer at this point in time. We are at a critical point in our existence. I think once again, Sister Noble, you hit it right on the head when you said that, you know, you hit a certain time in your life where you really start to question your purpose. You really start to question, well, what is it that I thought of previously? And how has that changed? It was said, if you think the same way you did 10 years ago, you've experienced no growth. Well, I'm here to tell you, I definitely think a lot differently than I thought 10 years ago. A decade ago, I was a married woman on the end of my marriage, but not knowing, but a married woman on the end of my marriage. I was a very aware, but still very self-involved individual. And I was just newly becoming a mother for the second time in my lifetime. So we fast forward 10 years later, a decade later, I'm divorced, single and celibate for the past 6, and realizing that being aware is nothing if you're not applying what you are aware of. This is the corner that I feel so many of us are needing to turn. This is the shift. And as we are headed into 2021 in just a matter of days, and again, I don't know what all the practices are the other esteemed members of the panel are, but I do practice and acknowledge Kwanzaa. So I will say happy Ujima. This is the day for collective work and responsibility. So this is our third principle. We are 3 days in now to Kwanzaa. But ending with this week being, of course, the last day being Imani, being faith. And it will be the day that we welcome in 2021. It is time for us as a people, as a culture, as a community, and as a diaspora to ask the question, when we make this shift, as this shift is happening, because it is happening, where are we turning towards? Where are we headed towards? Are we headed towards understanding and appreciating what our purpose is in this existence, in this realm? Are we going to still be satisfied with the crumbs that are being given? I'm going to close my time with just, I'm a student of Malcolm X. I make no qualms about it or no hiding about it. And, something that Malcolm X just always has resonated with me. I don't know what is that Taurus energy. My mother is a Taurus. My daughter is a Taurus. My ex-husband was a Taurus, is a Taurus rather. But the fact of the matter is this: if we aren't willing to achieve that next level by any means necessary, you need to question what you've been doing these previous years. And I don't know what anybody's willing to do for theirs, but I sure know I'm willing to die for mine. I'm willing to die. But furthermore, live for something.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can't just be going to that job day to day, people. I tell you, I left that corporation plantation 3 years ago, and I'm not telling you it's been easy, but I tell you every day it's been worth it. Where I could see and enjoy the sun rising, and I don't have to beat to no job. And I've had some great jobs. Don't get me wrong. I've been grateful for every check that's ever been cut. Don't get me wrong. But the days when I can just enjoy that sun coming up, and I didn't have to beat it to work to show my appreciation for having a job, so I get the office going before everybody gets there. Most of the time, we as Black Americans, we spend most of our days getting paid 30% less than what our degrees commiserate and what our experience shows that we're worth. So when it's all said and done, what are we doing it for anyway? What are we doing it for, and who are we doing it for anyway?
Right.
But I'm willing to get mine. So with that being said, I want to say thank you again. I am tuned in. I'm engaged. I'm looking to continue to build with each and every one of you beyond the boards, beyond today. And following me now is Brother Taalik. And I thank you so much again for letting me be a part of this conversation. Always. Thank you.
Brother Talib, you're on speakerphone.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. We ready?
Are you saying it's my turn to speak?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, thanks for allowing me on this panel today. And I just like to say that once again, I'm grateful to have an opportunity to be able to help celebrate Soul Liberation Day, and also because of the important purpose that comes along with it. And I've been really reflecting on some things throughout this whole year, especially because of this time that we're in, dealing with this pandemic and dealing with the crisis that we particularly find ourselves in as descendants of slaves born here in this country. And I must say that with all that's been going on, what we need to be focusing on building a nation for ourselves in terms of creating an environment where we have laws in place to protect us, and that, of course, others will have to respect as well. We steadily keep on ending up in all these other different places. And also, which means being divided, in so many different areas that it's just unbelievable at this point in time, especially in our history in this country as a people, and fighting so many more battles, even more than what our ancestors had to fight, which is unnecessary for us because they paved the way for us to make it better, especially for the generations to come behind us. And because of the fact that we're failing in that area is why we continue, unfortunately, to find ourselves in the same position. Like I heard somebody say, as far as us, not being willing to challenge our open enemy and oppressor of over 400 years, but we're steadily, constantly killing each other, fighting each other, and having petty indifferences among ourselves that's, blocking our path from getting to true liberation is in terms of what we need to be at as a people. I must say that, we have this, propensity to allow disagreements and keep us apart continually. And it gets to the point where it becomes more redundant and to the point to where, in fact, it is a possible chance that we could end up back on a plantation picking cotton. But many of us don't believe it, because many of us don't understand the capabilities of what this enemy can do to us, even more than what they were able to do to our ancestors. And see, this is the thing about it. We don't have no defense against that. And because we don't have no defense against that, just like this situation, did no one know that COVID-19, would end up changing the normal way the world moves every day? But it just happened, just like that. And that's why I say we can't just keep laying around as a people expecting, some unknown foreign, device to come from out of somewhere to free us. We got to free ourselves. Else we're going to end up in a much more worse situation than what we find ourselves at right now. And I know many of you may feel that it can't get no worse, but like I said, the reality of slavery in terms of what it was known as in history is always still an option. I mean, they never intended for us to get out of slavery. If you really want to know the truth in terms of the history behind how we were supposedly free from slavery in 1865. So I'm saying? It's not because of our mere struggle alone that got us from that point in time in history as a people, but it's because it was some crackers who couldn't who couldn't agree with each other, who didn't want to come about in this country. And that's how we eventually ended up no longer on the cotton field or on the sugarcane fields. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so my thing is that, like I said, we are in the position that we are in by default. By any chance or given right opportunity, we could be back in that position. And they got enough immigrants here to even help them do the work, by the way. You know, as far as their way of being able to stay in this country. You know, this is why they give black and brown immigrants even more opportunities than they give us. Because they thing is that if they can't use us as slaves, then hell, replace us. And one way they got that in place is incarcerate a bunch of us. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, because we don't have no defensive protection against this kind of stuff, you know, it's why we are still at the bottom of the totem pole. Any other group of people in this country is. And like I say, we keep continually allowing our disagreements and our dislikes about each other to keep us divided on the common accord that we all need to be liberated as a people for once and for all from an over 400-year oppressor. You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing that I've come to realize throughout my time, even when I was in the pro-black conscious community, when I was, following the teachings of Nubian leader Dr. Malakazi York, and for those of you who know about him, he is incarcerated, of course. And, I learned some things from that construct of what to do and what not to do. And looking at the positive aspect of that, it's benefiting me today to see that, when is it worth me wasting my time with people who know even that they are an oppressed people, but are not do nothing to change things involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why even after I left them teachings and emancipated myself from that pro-black conscious construct mentality altogether, I almost completely gave up on the struggle as far as our people in this country. Because it's like I said, there's so much divisiveness going on among us. Whether somebody don't like somebody because of their sexuality or because of their, color, whether they darker skin or lighter skin, or because they mix with some, or because, or even to the point because, somebody don't like females or somebody don't like males, or it's something that somebody don't like about somebody. So, we allow that to get in the way to derail us from the progress of getting to our true freedom and liberation as people. And no other oppressed people in the history of this earth has went through that, like so-called African American in the United States has. Because any other oppressed people on earth knew that they had a common denominator, and that was to get free from a main enemy oppressor or from a common oppressor. But we don't live by that rule here in America because we're so insensitized in this slave mentality. You know what I'm saying? And because of the fact that we're so insensitized in this slave mentality, makes us more of a And even Marcus Garvey from almost 100 years ago clearly made that perfectly known, that the unquote black man in America would never be respected under this racist caste system, which many call systemic racism today, But like I said before, it's a fact, and it's because, and even like he said, a people without unity is a people without respect. And that's going to continue in our case here in this country. Unless we wake up and get our heads up out the mud and realize that, look, we got a common situation going on. Where every time you turn up and look around, some racist police blowing your head off because you're the N-word, or some racists is blowing your head off or ready to lynch you or attack you in some kind of way because you're the N-word. You know what I'm saying? And we're finding ourselves constantly being bombarded with all kind of attacks. Just what's happening to us, what's been happening to us these last 4 years since this live known racist president has been in office. If that ain't even enough to really wake up black people, I don't know what to say. It should have been enough to wake us up when Obama was in there to show how America felt about us. You know what I'm saying? And being that I've lived through these parts of history in this country, in my over 50 years on this planet Earth, I can see now that there's a possible chance that we may never get it together, but I hope it does not end up being that way. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I am still a firm supporter of the Mississippi campaign. Okay, but the reality is that because of our attitude mainly toward each other and how we deal with each other, you know what I'm saying, and how we cannot put our dislikes to the side and let's come together and become emancipated from being the oppressed people, then we're going to remain in this position that we find ourselves in. And one thing which is called the N-word. Even like someone told me over recently, every immigrant that comes to this country, the first thing they learn is the N-word. In other words, they learn how not to be the N-word so they can help keep their foot on our necks in order not to be the N-word. If you remember when the Irish and Italians first came to this country, they were also the N-word before they started becoming classified as being Caucasians. They weren't always looked at as Caucasians in this country. But Caucasian over here in America made a pact with them by saying, look, wow, if you don't want to be the N-word, you know what I'm saying, you can't have nothing to do with the actual N-word in this country, meaning us. You see what I'm saying? So, this is the thing. Just like in the words of John Henry Clark, we have no friends. Not even in Africa. Not even in the Caribbean. We have no friends nowhere. And because we don't treat this situation like that, is why we remain so divided. And in so many places, whether it be in religion, sports, entertainment, or as far as the underground world, or whatever type of lifestyle that we indulge ourselves in. We're just caught up in so many different places. And we allow it to keep us so divided to where we become more easier targets for attack. And that's where we're at as people. And this is why it's so important for us to get together so we can take control of a state like Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? and quarantine ourselves away from, these onslaught attacks against us as a people, where we can protect ourselves, each other, our women, our children. You know what I'm saying? And where we could become more safer and free, finally, for once and for all, as a people in this country. And like I said, I don't care what type of, walk of life we come from. We all deserve to be free from being an oppressed people. And it's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, every other oppressed people in the history of this earth has always clearly understood that with the so-called African American. You know? And I mean, with all these different groups, like the one I used to belong to that I just mentioned, the Nubians, the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation Islam, the Moor Science Temple of America, the 5% Nation, and so forth and on. I mean, we supposed to have, as in terms of the ideology even of them groups, it's supposed to be about separating from our oppressor, uniting. You know what I'm saying? Black solidarity and all this. But yet, and there's so much disagreement and divisiveness among each other in these different groups. Is why on that end we can't even unite. You see? And which is why I don't blame the common Negro in the streets of America for not even wanting to become a part of them organizations because of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And who can blame them? You know? So, I mean, my thing is this. Is that, like I said before, and I don't have no problem with people who want to be religious. That's your business. That's your personal business. But we cannot continue to let that get in the way of us becoming free from being the oppressed people. Even if we take control of a state, then finally, once we got control of a state, where we can move on as a free people, then we can worry about fighting over religious differences and all that, and disagreements that we have. But until then, we need to work on becoming a free people. You know what I'm saying? And that's mainly what's happening right now. Unless, like I say, we want to find ourselves back in the cotton and sugar cane fields. Or worse. You know what I'm saying? Because these white folks ain't never had no positive plan for us to get ahead in this country. And as we can see at this point, they don't intend on ever seeing us get ahead no further than what we have gotten as a people in this country. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we need to wake up and realize and understand that as a reality. And stop playing games with ourselves and our future generations. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to tell you something. Our future generations right now, even these younger generations coming behind us today, we can't blame them for not having respect for us. You know what I'm saying? In the way that they treat the older people. We cannot blame them because we have not set no positive precedents for them to do any better. As us as a people being concerned. You know, and that's one reason why I'm glad, like I heard somebody on this panel say, I'm glad I don't have no children. You know, but they got to contend with living in this cesspool and going through all this craziness. You know, and then why would I want to bring a child in this world to have to live through this when I don't have no place for them to be, where they'll be protected from this craziness that we find ourselves in every day as a people, suffering, whether it be because of racism, comes along with housing discrimination, job discrimination, mass incarceration. You know what I'm saying? Gerrymandering and etc. You know? So, I mean, we need to understand and realize that we have a common issue and a common goal, which is to free ourselves from that issue called oppression, to finally being a free, liberated people, which we've never known as being in this country, as far as us as so-called African Americans in this country are concerned. And, you know, right now, I don't know what more to say other than that, but like I say in my closing, I just want to clearly, you know, thank even everybody else that's on this panel today. And for those who are watching in social media land and throughout the entirety of social media that is watching this panel, this live panel, who will be watching this live panel later on or whenever. And I will also hope that they come on board, that everyone even comes on board that's watching this program to consider the fact that freedom is an option still for us. You know, unless we just want to die a slave. And that's just point blank. And, you know, I'm going to pass the mic back to our brother, number one soul brother, Taalik.
We're passing the mic straight to our new brother on the scene, Brother Omar.
Peace be unto you all.
Peace.
I am deeply honored and pleased and thankful for your inviting me to this, I think, wonderful situation here. And I'm humbled by the distinguished panel, you know, and I've learned a great deal from everyone that has spoken so far. And hopefully, I'll be able to share something that might be of benefit. I asked myself a question. I said, what is it that Black people can do to stop being a nigger? Stop being called a nigger.
Come on now.
We look at all that we've been through, and we look at all of the plans that have been suggested to us. But we have to realize one thing is that they were suggestions. We had to, I mean, even being a nigger is a suggestion.
Come on now.
We don't have to adhere to those suggestions. I remember, I think it was Minister Farrakhan said many years ago, he said that the white man has been successful in preventing a certain marriage from happening within the Black community. And he said that that marriage was the marriage of wealth and knowledge. We've had people come up, whether it was individuals, and they had knowledge, but they had no wealth to implement that knowledge. And then there are those that had wealth and they have no knowledge to be able to keep that wealth. We have been sold on an idea that we are, as a people, not a monolithic people. There's some truth to that. But we have to ask ourselves and take a look at all of the other people in this country. They've had enough sense to see the importance of coming together in spite of their differences, in spite of them being individuals. It is important that we think on these things, because if we are to stop being a nigger and stop being called a nigger, we're going to have to do things a little bit different from what we've done in the past.
That's right.
Now, the past is a good thing, because we can look back and we can say, oh man, look what these brave, fearless, even though they were fearful, people did. We today, we're not confronted with the actual physical trauma of slavery. But we are confronted with the intellectual, spiritual, moral trauma of slavery. Mm-hmm. Now, sure, we've had many problems in the past, and we undoubtedly have many problems today. But there is a saying, when the dream is big enough, the facts don't matter. Mm. The facts of what we've been through, the facts of what we're confronted with, if our dream is big enough. And what I would like to do at this time is I would like to replace a word in that phrase, because Dr. King had a dream and it put us to sleep. I would say when the vision is big enough, the facts don't matter. It doesn't matter who wants to keep us down. If our vision is big enough and we tie into and latch onto that vision, there is no one on this planet can stop us from our liberation. Right. I got involved with this particular movement because it used a certain word. I wasn't concerned about Mississippi, but the word that caught my eye was Exodus. Because if we are to really come into and be what we can be, we have to exodus. That's a big step.
That's right.
Because we look at when the Europeans left Europe and came here to these shores, they had to exodus from a known way of living and come and take a chance here. We, beloved people, have to exodus. Right. We have to have a vision to exodus too. Because if we don't come out of, I was raised up as a young man as a Christian. And I remember the story of the Israelites having to leave Pharaoh. They had the Exodus. But Moses had a problem. And that problem were the people that he wanted to free or to liberate had become accustomed to the way that they were living with Pharaoh. We have that same issue today. We're talking about Exodus into Mississippi. Now, that means that a lot of people are going to have to give up the comfort. Right. Even though it's a sorry comfort, it is comfort nevertheless.
That's right.
They have to give up that comfort in order to get something better.
Mm-hmm.
I want us to divorce the idea that there is anybody or anything that can stop us. We can't even stop ourselves. Mm. If we latch on to the vision. Yes, we did. Someone stated earlier, our generation failed our younger people. Because we didn't exodus. We were sold an idea of integration. I remember reading a book by Dr. Claude Anderson. And he was talking about the situation that happened during the civil rights era, the beginning of it. And when we embarked upon the idea of wanting to go to white people's bathroom, sit on a bus, ride the front of the bus. We had our own buses.
That's right.
We had our own cabs.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem were when they opened up and say, all right, y'all can come on and join us. They didn't want to let us go in the first place.
Go ahead. Say that. Say that.
Because they can't survive. You're talking about a lazy behind people. We did the work.
Come on now. Teach, brother, teach.
But there was one from amongst them, and I'm pretty sure that, I'm hoping at least, that we all are aware of a gentleman by the name of Willie Lynch.
Come on now. Talk about it.
Mr. Lynch, that guy, that devil.
Come on.
If I knew where he was buried, I would go dig his grave up and kill his behind again.
Go ahead, big bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Because he instituted a plan, a strategy.
Come on.
For these cave dwellers over here.
Come on.
A plan that if they followed the plan, we would be volunteer slaves.
Come on now. That's right.
That pit us against one another.
Mm-hmm.
The black against the lighter. The brown against the black.
Mm-hmm.
The yellow against the brown.
That's right.
The fat against the skinny.
Go ahead now.
Divide them in whatever way you can. make them not like one another.
Mm.
And in doing that, you will have yourself a willing slave.
That's right.
That will last up to 1,000 years.
Whoa.
Mm.
They only at 400 and something now. We don't want to go those other 5. We have to come out. We have to come out. See, that as long as we have comfort, I was rooting for Trump.
Come on now.
I wanted him to kick us in our ass some more. Because that's the only way we're going to come together.
Come on, say that.
Elijah Muhammad taught us. He said, if the teachings won't get you, the conditions will.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
We, before integration, was forced to come together.
That's
was
right.
forced to live together, was forced to do the step. How is it that a black person can open up a business here and any other color, it used to be just a white, now it's Hispanics, Arabs, whatever the case may be, open up a business here and we will take our
Teach, brother, teach.
wonderful sales over to that other business. Because their ice is colder.
Mm.
I had a store, and everybody is getting their stuff from the same place. So their food ain't no better, their ice ain't no better. But we will go there. Listen, man, I would drive clear across town to buy from a black business. I don't care if they're selling the stuff for more. I'll pay more. Because I want them to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they're not up to par, then I'm going to go in their store and let them know, you got to get your act together, man.
Mm-hmm.
You have to give us the best that you have. And if you give us your best, we'll buy from you. What we do is we will go down to the Rolls Royce dealer, the Mercedes dealer, the whatever type of the Bentleys or whatever the case may be, and we say, hey, look, I want that car. Until we get inside and see the price that we have to pay.
Go ahead now.
There's a price to pay for liberty.
Come on now.
There's a price to pay for liberation.
Yes.
Notice I don't use the word freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Or free. To be free. Because we oftentimes leave off the last part of that word, freedom. Dumb. Responsibility.
Come on now.
There's a responsibility for being free.
Yes.
That's right.
And it's important that we know and understand that we can do it. We can pay that price.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. If you don't pay the price for liberty, you're going to pay the price for slavery.
That's right. That's right.
Exodus. We have to exodus, people. There is no way around it. There is no, that we are on the bottom already in society.
Mm-hmm.
And other people are coming here from other countries. And because we think that their food is better than our own black people food, they're coming in our community, open up their store. They don't live there. So that means that they're taking the money and taking it elsewhere. One of the things, see, I study all people. And when the white people, if they needed a doctor, they found the best in their community, sent them to school. They became a doctor, not for another community. They became a doctor for their community.
Mm-hmm.
Our people got it wrong. We go to school. We get the education. But we fall victim to something that the last poet song about in the 60s. Run, whitey, run. The niggers are coming. The niggers are coming.
Go ahead.
Because we was fleeing our own community.
Mm-hmm.
And then we wonder why the ghetto is the way it is. If our best minds leave, what can be? So that means that all of our expertise is going building someone else's world.
That's right.
No, I'm not gonna live in no ghetto. That's what that don't you know that that's what the opportunity is? We go out there. See, I'm talking to our elites. We go out there and we get the good education, the good paying jobs, even the good businesses, and we take that money somewhere else. When all we had to do, and we would have had to spend less of our money by coming back to the black community. I can't even call where we live a community because we don't have all of the things that it takes to be a community.
Right.
I think we can rightly call it a hood.
That's right.
But I'm telling you, it's not that we don't have the money. It's not that we don't have the knowledge. We have it. But it's being squandered and put elsewhere. And we have forgot our people. So that's why our young people don't like us, because we don't deserve to be liked. We haven't earned that. So this exodus to Mississippi is a profound idea. When I accepted to do the speaking, because I'm a fairly good speaker, but I don't want to outshine somebody, because that's not important. Because I'm going to get to something, which is another problem that we have. I wrote a thing on my Facebook, and I don't want anyone to be offended by this. The object is not to offend. The object is to enlighten. We need to give the white man back his religion.
Come on now.
We need to give the Arabs back their religion.
Come on now.
There is nothing more dear to a people than their religion. And if your oppressor is giving you a religion, don't you know that there was a time that they wouldn't let us read?
Come on now.
And the only time they allowed us to read was when they gave us that damn Bible?
Go ahead.
Don't be offended.
I'm not.
I'm talking to my Christian brothers and sisters and my Muslim brothers and sisters. Because I know that digs deep. I remember once, I was in the Nation of Islam at the time. I don't know if y'all know of the gentleman by the name of Joe Tex.
Yes.
I heard of him.
He was a singer back in the 60s and 50s. But he became a Muslim, a follower of Elijah Muhammad. And we went to see Joe Tex at a speaking engagement. His name was Yusuf Aziz. And what he did was, he was up and he was talking to us. Joe Tex took a picture, that white picture that was depicted as Jesus. He held it up to the people. And Joe Tex, now I'm a Muslim, he's talking to Muslims, right? He held that picture up and he hauled off and hit it. And everybody, because we don't know the hold that white people have on us.
That's right.
They gave us themselves as God.
That's right.
I'm not getting excited.
Come on.
I guarantee you, you cannot go to the Jewish community and take a picture of Hitler and tell them that's their personal savior.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
We have some serious issues, but they're not insurmountable. They're not insurmountable. We can overcome this stuff. It's small stuff. When the dream is big enough, we've got to want liberty at all costs. As my beloved sister said, by any means necessary. That is important. We have 35 to 45, 47 million Black people in this country now. If 35 million gave $1 a week, how much money is that? 35 million giving $1.
35 million.
That's $35 million.
That's right.
Multiply that. How many weeks in a year? 52. We're crying about reparation. Not to say we don't deserve it, but that should be a second thought for us. Because the average one of us, if they gave us $1 million tomorrow, we're going to run down and buy a brand new car that we can't afford. We're going to go out there and we're going to buy all kinds of bags. Talking to the ladies. Hope, well, guys do it too. You know, but what I'm basically saying is that we would squander it. We will squander it.
Yes.
You know why?
Teach.
Because it was given to us. We didn't work for it. So we don't put the value on it that we should put on it. See, it's important to understand our weaknesses, not to down, but to understand the weaknesses so we can develop strength.
That's right.
It's impossible. I mean, it is possible when we have a vision. Our vision has to be bigger than a bag of weed.
Go ahead. Say that.
Our vision has to be bigger than a pee hole.
Yes,
they call it a vagina. Our vision has to be bigger than a penis. They call it a yick. I said yick.
You teaching, brother. You teaching.
This is it's really easy. It's really, really easy, people. I'm gonna stop it. I'll be quite honest with you. Ask Brother Taalik. I kept him on the phone for about 4 hours.
4 hours, brother.
But I'm gonna stop here.
Okay. With that said, we're gonna move the mic to the master speaker, Brother Muhammad. Go ahead, Brother Muhammad. We can keep that fire, that flame rolling.
Thank you, dear brother. Thank you. And I want to thank all of our family members that spoke before me. Elder Omar, that was beautiful, very beautiful. And that's what we need. And so I want to say, Brother Taalik, it is an honor to be here, to be with everybody, to speak. People that know our history probably would not imagine to see me at Soul Liberation Day, let alone speaking, but here I am. And I salute you for that. That's real leadership. That's real leadership. And like I said to you personally, that once we take our first city in Mississippi, and I am sworn in, we're going to have you right there with us, because you need to get the honor and respect that you are due. Since this whole idea of Mississippi, it came through you. And so we're going to do what's right, regardless to whom or what. When I sit back and I think about Soul Liberation Day, and a lot of the speakers before me talked about, being enslaved and, the things that we need liberation from. And we talked about Exodus, and we talked about the mind, because if you're enslaved, then that tells a condition of your mind. And so because we have two plans, and the Black First Plan, it deals only with strictly Black people, period, blank, leave it. And then even out of that, you can't be homosexual, right? So in our thing, we're selected. And in your plan, you're not selective, and there's nothing really wrong with that. Now, a lot of people will say, Muhammad, did you just say ain't nothing wrong with that? But you got to listen, because from the position that Brother Taalik is coming, he's looking at the humanity, and he's looking and seeing the condition of humanity and what should be done. And so one day, as somebody asked me a question, does Black First go along with Islam? And I said, no, it doesn't, because we are strictly us. Islam deals with all of that. So when we think about Liberation Day and Exodus, Mississippi, so you're leaving a big area to go to a little area. Why? Because there's something that's going on in the big area that is against life itself. And if it wasn't against life itself, there would no need to be an Exodus. Now, when we stop and we think of some of the things that they have done, we understand that there's this big eviction crisis that's going on and going to continue to go on. And $600 is not going to solve the plan.
No.
But the people are suffering. And they're suffering because the people that they voted to send them somewhere to do a job on behalf of themselves are not serving the people. So if you're not serving the people, what interests are you really serving?
Mm-hmm.
And so the people have to wake up to the reality that the people you voted for have robbed you. And they're robbing you of your life. They're robbing you of your freedom. They're robbing you of your humanity. You got to understand this. And so once you understand this, you say, oh, Exodus, I got to come out. I got to get away from these demons. Because you're judging now and you see this doesn't fit with what the plan that we were given, the story that we were told about America. America the great, America the beautiful. But the reality is corporations are people. That's the reality. Corporations are people. Now, Brother Taalik, if you or I go out and commit a crime, we going to jail.
I've been there.
But when a corporation commits a crime, even murder, they'll get charged. They'll write up the document and charge them, but nobody goes to jail. Nobody has to pay the price for life that was taken. You all remember BP when they had the oil spill and they were charged with manslaughter. But nobody went to jail. But yet corporations are people. And corporations give more money to these so-called elected leaders. But a corporation, you can't send IBM to jail. But IBM got more power than you. IBM got more say than you. That's a problem. That's a problem. And we got to be able to begin to understand what this problem is. And so the other day I was watching TV and I was just flicking through the channels to see what was on. And every channel I went to, there was either a program on somebody murdering somebody or a program on, somebody killing somebody, somebody robbing somebody. It's just crime after crime after crime. And they put it to you in a way of, if you do it this way, then maybe you can get away with it. So if this is what is feeding the mentality of the citizens in America, murder, crime, stealing, robbing, and how to get away with it. And then they're pumping this fake furor of you got to do this and you got to do this and this person against this and this person against this. And you got just chaos and mayhem running wild. And the majority of the people is sitting in front of the TV just eating it up, and have nowhere to turn for truth, have nowhere to turn for honesty, nowhere to turn for real inspiration. Well, when we understand this, That's why, dear brother, the weight of the mission, the weight of the word of Exodus, Mississippi, the weight of the word of the B1 initiative. You can't be no punk. You can't be no weak thing and carry that kind of word. Why? Because with that kind of word, you are challenging the so-called rulers that be. You are challenging the ignorant ones that just follow along and will hate you just because you want something right.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll tell you all day long that you're wrong. But you see something greater than what they see. And this is what I tell us in B1. We got to think for the ignorant because they can't think for themselves. They can't think for themselves. So we have to think for them. We have to be able to plan and strategize for them. We got to be able to teach them out of the ignorance that was imposed. As Brother Omar was talking about with that cracker, Willie Lynch, there was a condition imposed upon us. And as Willie Lynch said, we need to block out all avenues where light can enter the mind of the slave. Why? Because when light enters the mind of the slave, then he gets to understand his condition and say, whoa, this ain't for me. How are you going to rule me? We outnumber you. Let's kill it. Let's get rid of it. So they wanted to block us off from knowledge, from wisdom, and from the understanding of the time and what must be done. Not what should be done, not what maybe be done, but what must be done. Because there's a day coming. There's a day coming. And if you're not ready for when that day gets here, you're not prepared, you don't have the safety things set up, then you're going to be out to the slaughter. So you got to be strong. Now, there's a saying that says your behavior or your appetite will be a reflection of your freedom. It will be a reflection of your freedom. What is the behavior of not just Black people, but what is the behavior of the American populace? Is it a behavior that really reflects freedom? No, it's not a behavior that really reflects freedom when you have children going to school and graduating and can't even read their high school diploma.
Wow.
That's not freedom. That's a slave that you done made that can only work minimum wage jobs at best. Then where you have it with an economic system that's changing. And so you had the one candidate, I think his name was Yang, was talking about we need to give all the American citizens $1,000 stimulus or $1,000 check to go along with what you make. Why? Manufacturing is gone. Automation is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do? How is the regular everyday person that's working these teller jobs, how are they going to be able to feed their family? When it deals with the companies can say, well, hell, I can put a machine there and lose 3 people off my payroll. I ain't got to worry about their health care. I ain't got to worry about no raises. I ain't got to worry about nothing. But making sure my machine is up to date. Who's going to take care of them? Because they don't have the knowledge to work in a corporate America. They don't have the knowledge to go out and invent something that you can make up a manufacturing base. So where and when is their help coming from? Who's going to service them? Now, these are the things that real leadership has to answer. These are the things that when you're sitting back and you're realizing what it needs to feed a people, not just some scraps here and there, but you first feed them with knowledge. Because you can look, you can get in a car, but if you don't know how to drive, if you don't know what the steering wheel is, just because you see it with your physical eye doesn't mean you really see it. It doesn't mean that you know its function. You don't know its ability and what you're supposed to do with it. So if you got somebody that's been in jail for what, 20, 30, 40 years, when they went into jail, you had a key that you can stick into the ignition. Now they got it where you just push a button and keep the key in your pocket. So they get out of jail and step in the car like that. They don't know what to do. Why? Because their mind, the knowledge is not there, even though they can physically see. They're always looking for something to fill that void so they can get that movement. Now that we have movement, the next thing is order. Because we got to have order, and without order, you have what? You have chaos. Mm-hmm. So we got to figure out not only the employment, but how to feed, how to grow food. Mississippi, some people say when they first heard about Mississippi, they say, well, hell, you got a major city like Baltimore. There's more black people and industrious type black people in Baltimore. Why don't you shoot for there? You ain't growing no food in Baltimore. You ain't growing no food. And then you got too much back and forth. Because you got to be able to plan and prepare for the day of onslaught. Because there will be a race war. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Every time they kill us, what is that thing they're saying? Because they want to go ahead and do what? They want to go ahead and start the race war. How you going to fight a race war and you ain't got no hospitals? Where you going to go? Go right back to the enemy's hospital? And you think this is the way we're going to win? We got to mature now and understand that we are on deck. We are on deck. So we can't go back and complain about what Martin did, or we can't keep talking about what Malcolm did. We can't keep talking about what Marcus Garvey did. Mm-hmm. Now we've been taught, right? What is the evidence of the teaching? What is the evidence that we've been taught right? The evidence is that we take that knowledge and put it to use, put it to an exchange, and produce a product. And without a product, you can't say that you've really been educated. Without a product, you can't say that you really got a master plan. Not without a product. So we got to do what we got to do. We got to take Mississippi. We got to take Mississippi. It ain't a joke. It ain't a pastime. This is real life. I listened to our sister Noble as she was opening up and she was expressing the reality that she sees. Now, I don't see the reality like that. But I can tell you, Sister Noble, that we work every day to construct a reality based on freedom, justice, and equality for our people so that they can understand the time and what must be done and break away from that slave-making religion. because that is one of the most damnablest things, that the enemy give you their religion, give you them to worship them as God, and you sitting around, walking around talking about, well, I'm going to get mine in the by and by. Ain't no goddamn by and by. You going to get it right here or you ain't going to never have it. Mm-hmm. That's the way it got to be. You got to have the actual facts. And anything less is just not going to work today. No more smoke and mirrors. No more playing nice. This is wartime. And we got to do what's necessary. And if we don't do it, then what? Then what you were saying is untruthful. Now, we all know, and I'm going to rush this up, but we all know the Nation of Islam teaches that God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, July 4th, 1930. Now, this is over 80 years ago. We're over 80 years. What is the movement of our people? Or better yet, what is the movement of the Nation of Islam? All right? We got to be critical. I'm not jamming nobody, but we got to analyze where we are. Because if we say God came in the person of this man in 1930, and we in 2020, and we still bagging the same cracker, we're still dealing with the same situation, then we gotta ask ourselves, did he come, and have we done by the information that he gave, did we do right? We got to be able to ask these questions. And in truth, we did not do right. Because Operation Exodus or B1 Mississippi should have already been done.
Yes, that's right.
It should have already been done. But it hasn't. Why? What has stopped you from the movement? Because you have gotten comfortable. The lessons say Master Farad Muhammad saw himself pushing the Fords and the DuPonts and the Rockefellers in a lake of fire. And the believer will sit back and say, well, I'm going to wait to see Master Farad Muhammad do the pushing. And I can cheer him on doing the pushing. And you still suffering. See, you misunderstand the teaching. The teaching is not for you to wait for somebody else to come and do it. The teaching is for you to get out there and do it.
Right.
And by you doing it, then you see Master Farad Muhammad doing it. By you taking, Brother Taalik, by you taking on the Exodus and moving forward, that's the work of liberation. That's the work of killing the nigger. That's the work of making them free. That's the living embodiment of the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad if God came in his person. And I believe he did. And that's why we are not waiting to see nobody push. We're out there pushing. But there's a problem with our people. We suffer from anxiety, worry. What the white man gonna say? What the white man gonna do if you talking about going to Mississippi? That white man ain't gonna let you.
Right.
Well, goddamn, coward. Why you always want to put everything on what the white man gonna let you do? Are you a man or are you a faggot? We gotta just be real. Cracker ain't gonna stop you. But if you want to suffer anxiety, if you want to always be a slave, then you'll have no movement. So I'm going to say, dear brother, I thank you for having the vision, having the forethought, and having the courage. Because even when you sent me your email, it wasn't like we were on best buddy terms. And you sent it anyway. And when I read it, I said, excellent. Yes, sir. Let's do it. Why? Why? Because I knew it was right. I knew it was right. And so that made an obligation on me to pick up and do. And I thank you, dear brother, and I thank you that you're taking your obligation and you're bringing it forward, and you have not given in. You have not let discouragement stop you from doing and growing into the position and into the person, the man that you're growing into becoming. And because we're all still growing into that role that we should be doing. So I thank you and I salute you. And I turn the mic over to you, big brother.
Thank you.
Brother Taalik.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to give all of you a round of applause. You in the chat room, give this panel a round of applause, okay? I truly know that this is the best out of all my soul liberation days. This is the best one ever. This panel here, the energy, the vibe, the strength. I don't even have to say nothing. I really can just, I can end it. But y'all don't want me to end it. Y'all want to hear what I have to say in my little dipping. I'm very sure, especially the trolls, because they want to hear what you got to say so they can analyze and make mockery of you and try to use that against you. You know, so I'm going to do that for you, troll. I'm going to give you something so that y'all can talk about, so that you can go to bed, you know, and you be happy and satisfied. I'm going to give you something to work with tonight. But there's one thing that you cannot make mockery of. This panel, this coming together here, this fire. You can't say nothing negative about that. You got Brother Maurice here. How many of y'all thought Brother Maurice would be right here, especially on Soul Liberation Day? The most important gathering of the year. Brother Maurice sitting on the panel. Brother Maurice is the one introducing me. That's messing up y'all's mind, ain't it? Yeah, it's all messed up. Well, see, you don't understand. You're immature, just like the brother said. You're immature. You're comfortable Negro. You know, you're just looking for entertainment. This is not about entertainment. We're gonna talk about that. My brother Omar on the panel. I just met that brother, less than a week, I believe. Talked about 4 hours. Brother had me with tears in my eyes. The wisdom coming from him. Oh man, I lost my sister Noble. Sister Noble, your device is not connected. We'll get her back in. Oh, there she go. But gotta have my baby cake, Sister Noble. Gotta have her on the panel. I don't feel comfortable. Yeah, there she go. Talk with that brother for 4 hours. And when he started talking, and he was telling me how he was attracted to those words Exodus in the title Mississippi, and he began to explain that he had a vision of us taking control of the South, and it made me to think that you don't never give up. You're on the right path, and you need to keep trucking, or keep on that track and keep chugging down the road. That's what it made me to think, made me to know. Then right behind him, I got my sister Omega contacting me. I'm like, wow, the fire just keeps coming. The fire keeps burning. I must be doing something right. I must be. So I thank all of you, my brother Omar, sister Courtney, my sister Noble, brother Muhammad, of course, on speakerphone. Nebraska technology has not come with the time, so brother Talib is on the speakerphone. I'm so happy to have this panel, and we don't want to forget Talib. He's on the speakerphone. So brother Talib is on the panel with us. So just want to remind everybody, and I just want to talk a few minutes and we're going to call it a night. It's 6:30. Is everybody all right? Need a bathroom break? Let me do this. Let me run through this real quick. As always, in the name of our ancestors, peace forever and always, I thank you so much for joining us for Soul Liberation Day 2021. I am the gatekeeper or the host of what we call the Reality's Temple on Earth. I'm Angel Snub number 7. And I am also your soul brother, number 1. And folks got problems with me saying soul brother. Oh, what is y'all problem? You got problem. You live your life there. Every time you turn around, you got a problem. Come on now. Bring some joy to yourself. Stop taking things so seriously, even though we do in this day and time. We have to take things very, very seriously because we're living in the jaws of a dangerous, vicious enemy here that don't mean us any good. Mm-hmm. Now, this is coming to the end of the year 2020. We began the year, I was looking at my cell phone and I noticed a title from a website. It said Kobe Bryant. And when I seen Kobe Bryant's name, because Kobe is retired, he's not playing basketball like he was and whatever. And I saw Kobe Bryant's name, and I'm like, when I saw that, I didn't see the story. I don't even know what the story is or anything. But a chill came down fine, as they say. And when I saw that name, hold up a second, hold up. When I saw that name, Kobe, like I said, chills ran down my spine. And when I went to the internet, it was the beginning of the reporting that there was a terrible helicopter crash. And then, of course, we find out that it was the helicopter that Kobe Bryant and his daughter and others were riding in, and there were no survivors. So the year for us started off pretty bad and unexpected. This brother, what, only 40-some years old? Very unexpected. And now we lost one of the greatest basketball players, you know, that come from among us, Kobe Bryant. And then it seemed like tragedy after tragedy. And of course, the nail or the hammer that put the nail in the coffin is, of course, this COVID thing. And it's just bad, one after the other, people experiencing these things in this country. Very terrible. And the year 2020 will not be soon forgotten. You talk about New Year. No, this will not be soon forgotten for years to come. This is something that has affected generations. They're going to be talking about COVID-19, and it's not over. We're going into the year 2021 with COVID. And of course, they're reporting a new strain. So it's a long way from being over. And then my own personal reality that I had to deal with, I found out that I had a serious medical problem, an intestinal blockage, and I had to undergo, I thought it was going to be, well, all surgery is major, but I thought I would be going through just a slight type procedure or whatever. That's what I thought. But it turned out to be a very 7-hour procedure. And of course, prior to that, you thinking about your own mortality, because you can suffer complications and you can go into surgery and you may not come out alive. And that's what happened to many people. But I was all right with that. And it did not bother me, because I think, you know, when they put you to sleep for surgery and you never wake up, I think that's one of the best ways to go out. really, to be quite honest. You know, you just go to sleep and you never wake up. You know, you have people being fired upon, get shot 30, 40 times and sliced up, and, you know, like cold. And I can't even imagine the feeling of being in a helicopter and this thing is going crashing down. You have, I mean, it happens quickly, but your mind is going that you're going to die. You know it, chances are. Or you're gonna be so hurt, up you wish you was dead. It's terrible. That's a terrible thing. And so I'm thinking about my own mortality. And then, of course, after all that time has went by, I met my brother Omar and we talked. And I don't know how long I have left on this planet. I don't know. None of us know how much time that we have left on this planet. But since I do have an idea that is sooner than I might think, I have an idea some of us don't know. I want to say, I got in contact with Brother Maurice because he reached out to me when he found out that I was in the hospital, and he said to me in a email, Facebook, Messenger, I forgot which one, but he reached out to me and he said, I did not know that you was in the hospital. I could have come to visit you and all like that. What can I say? What can you say when a person shows some type of caring when you have those who wishing they're dead? They're happy that you are in this condition. And we know that the back and forth that my brother Maurice have had in the past, but that's in the past. I've known Brother Maurice since at least 2013. Brother Maurice been kicking my ass since 2013. And because he didn't like what I had about Minister Farrakhan, and he wanted to kick my ass over that and whatever. This is what Brother Maurice can bear witness to. Even though we was going back and forth, Brother Maurice would go on these blog talk radio shows and debate these people over whatever the topic was. I was there cheering and backing Maurice on, and I told him you did a good job in your debates.
That's right. That is true. That is the truth.
And he wanted to kick my ass. Now, earlier this year, I did not want to, but there were certain individuals that you saw that I had to ban, or I banned. Now, you would think Brother Maurice would have been on that list, but you see, Brother Maurice never was on the list, and a whole lot of other folks you thought might be on that list. And I want to explain why they made the list and others did not make the list. Again, I'm going to stay with Brother Maurice because Brother Maurice is here. And Brother Maurice is here to defend himself or say that I'm a liar. Call me a liar. He has no problem with that. Like I said, I've known Brother Maurice since 2013. Brother Maurice is a good brother. I invited Brother Maurice to go see Invo with me in St. Louis. Him and his wife and his children. So we do go back and forth. But see, what we have to understand is we talk about it, but when it actually happened, we get caught up in our emotions. That's what happened with family. You don't expect family to agree with everything. I have a biological brother right now, and he's we going back and forth, and we're not getting along because of ideological differences or whatever. But that's still my brother. And my biological brother come to see me in the hospital when I had my surgery, no matter our differences or whatever going back. Brother Maurice has shown me through the years and through his actions and his talk that he's serious. He's a serious individual. He's a sincere individual. And he's always, to me, he's always growing, always maturing. The Maurice that you see on the panel today is not the Maurice that was going back and forth with me 2 years ago. It's not the same person.
Nope.
This Maurice has matured since then. And that's what it's all about. Our maturity. Our being able to stop being a hypocrite, talk about that's my brother, and be your brother. You can't expect your family. You have family members that don't care nothing about what you're talking about. You have family members that don't believe what you're talking about. Are you going to ask them, maybe your mother and father, because they don't care nothing about what you're talking about? Y'all can. Family don't do that. When I was growing up, family stuck together, even though they knew a family member was totally 1000% wrong. I'm scared so-and-so. When he committed that murder, well, we'll deal with that when the time comes. I'm standing with my family. And families stick together. So when Brother Maurice come to me and tell me he's wish me well when I was going through my sickness and still going through my sickness, how can I tell him, oh man, go somewhere and suck an egg or something? How can I do that? I can't do that. When somebody's trying to do you right, when somebody's showing you some type of care, the best thing that you can do, the wise thing that you can, and the most civil thing that you can do is just give them the benefit of a doubt and just say, okay, brother, you know, I wish you back. Will there be problems in the future? Who knows? There was problems in the past. But one thing, and this is another thing that I remember. I don't know, Brother Maurice, if you remember. I've been trying to find you, but I know you said it. It's on that video. It's in one of our live streams when all of us was together, Guy, Craig, and the gang, when all of us were together. You told them, brother, you might disagree with Taalik. You might not like something that he said, but you told them, brothers, Taalik loved our people. You told them that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I wish I could find that video, but I know that you said it. I was there. It's there. I have to, it was like 3 hours long or whatever, and I go up, listen to no straight 3 hours and 4 hours long. I'm not, but I know that you had said, and so is Maurice going to, if is Maurice going to say that, and because now that you have a falling out, are you going to go against your word? Are you going to, or was you telling a lie? Or are you going to stand on your rock? That's what you said, and it was true to you.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's right.
So apparently it's true because Brother Maurice is right here with me. And some of y'all don't like that. You don't understand. Let's talk about these brothers that's banned. Okay. Now, one brother, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. One brother had a problem with me because I don't want to be an African. And then he began to try to push that ideology on me. I don't like that. Don't try to tell me who and what I am. I told you what I am. Now, when I come to your platform, I'm an African. If I come to your platform, I could be a Hebrew Israelite. That stuff don't bother me none. But a title, whatever. Because as far as the white man's concerned, you're all niggas. Mm-hmm. So it don't make no difference. Mm-hmm. Y'all a bunch of slaves, bunch of Pharaoh slaves that need to be exterminated, as far as he's concerned. So all those is la-di-da stuff that don't mean nothing anyway, because you live in another man's land and he dictate you who and what you are. I don't care what you say out your mouth. Because you want to go back to Africa, you got to go to him for your passport. And you're going to identify yourself according to what he understands and what he knows, not about what you're talking about. That's just facts. So you have a brother that he gets angry because I refuse to call myself an African, and then he comes on my page and tries to make mockery of the Mississippi campaign, and then he makes mockery of Sister Noble, calls her a mammy, and makes mockery of Brother Taalik, how he talks or whatever. You know, that can't. That's a no. We can't do that. We can't do that. And then the straw that broke the camel's back is that when he started flagging my channels down and almost succeeded. I mean, why you got to go out just because you disagree with what I'm talking about? You got to go through all that drama? It's not that serious. He expresses this hatred towards me. So why you want to keep talking and messing with me if you hate me like that? So let me do you a favor and I just ban you, make sure that I stay away from you. That's good for me. That's good for you. Now, because I love us, I can open the door because I love us. I don't hold grudges. Because if I held some kind of grudge, Brother Muhammad wouldn't be here.
That's right.
I don't hold grudges. I don't hate nobody. I don't go around trying to start trouble and problems with nobody. But this is the Reality's temple. I got to keep it real. I got to say how I feel. Otherwise, I'm fake.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just because we cool, does that mean I have to back down on how I feel about certain ideologies and beliefs because we cool? We cool, but I still have this viewpoint of this ideology or this belief. But you don't want me to talk about it. You want me to be quiet and sit. But I'm not being real. I'm being fake because I don't want to piss you off because I want to have this relationship with you. It's a fake relationship. It's a fake relationship.
That's right.
I cannot express how I really feel.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you want a fake relationship? Now, I understand how I talk. And I talk about religion, and I talk about pro-blackness. I can talk about black furs. I talk pretty bad, sound really bad about certain things sometimes. I understand that. But I don't know how to express myself. I try to be as civil and nice as possible, but when I'm talking, I have to be me. Why can't we, if we disagree with whatever, how come we can't just say, oh, that's Taalik, you know how he wrote? Because we all supposed to be on the same page. Despite those ideological religious beliefs we supposed to be against one enemy. All that other stuff we can deal with, just like what the sister said, or one of the panelists said, you can deal with that after you become liberated. Because all that stuff, nothing as long as you live in another man's house, getting bent over. That don't mean nothing. So what? So I don't think I'm in the wrong. I'm in it because we was talking about separation and an exodus and divorce. Sometimes it's good for not to interact. If you feel that way with me like that, then your best bet, just like Dr. Neely Fuller used to say, it's best that we don't interact and deal with one another because it's just caused a serious problem. Dr. Fuller Jr. said that the once called Negro, we shouldn't even talk to another because we can't get along. It just makes the problem even worse. So why even talk to one another? Be civil and we can't discuss. We're supposed to be adults and cannot have a civil discussion. Somebody got to get him. And this is another thing. Folks start calling me Coon and Uncle Tom and all these different names and telling me what I believe, which was not true. I don't advocate certain things. So when I start fighting back, I have the self-defense. So when I start fighting back and call them a sewer rat, and I forgot what else I was saying, call whatever, they get all upset. Wait a minute. You can call me a coon, and you can call me Uncle Tom, and you can call me these other names, but I can't fire back at you. I'm supposed to sit back and take it. No, I'm not. I have the self-defense. You telling lies on me. I don't advocate this. So I have a right to self-defense. What's wrong with that? I don't think, well, I know I have the right to self-defense. And that's what I do. So then you had somebody that basically donated $1 to my medical fund like it's a joke. And that was the end, because this person, I mean, everything is a joke. This person's agenda, their intent is simply to try to show me that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I don't know what the hell I'm saying, to make mockery and degrade. And you're going to send me $1 to my medical fund. It's a joke. It's not funny. 7 hours of surgery is not funny. Going through illness is not funny. And pain, it's not funny. So I know how you feel about me, why you want to be around me, and you don't like me like that. You need to go on about your business. And then this person flagged my channel. I know, because I know for sure, because I got the copyright notice. So I had to let that person go. Now, the last person, as you see, I'm not mentioning no names. The last person I'm sort of funny with, because I could see deep down inside that he's a good person. The brother recognized me when I was all raggedy in my truck driving clothes. I mean, I didn't have no, didn't shave for days, oily smelling diesel. He recognized me from years. I ain't heard from this brother in years. And he recognized me. And that means a lot to me, that he will remember me all these years. And going back then, again, we had problems. He talked about kicking my ass. Everybody want to kick my ass. What's up with that? He want to kick my ass too. Oh, Brother Maurice, because I met this brother in 2009. And he wanted to kick my ass in 2009. And by the time 2013 rolled around, Brother Maurice said, "I'll take over. I'll kick the ass the rest of the I'll take over from here." I don't know why. I don't know why these people got this thing about kicking my ass. I don't know what it is. Something about my ass that's just their foot is attracted to my ass. They just kick, pow, pow, pow. I don't know what it is. That's a lot of ass kicking. A lot of years getting your ass whooped. B1 ass. That's a lot of years. But the brother.
Somebody want to kick my ass on something.
The problem that we have here, the brother's a good brother, and I really sort of felt bad about really jumping the gun, putting him in that band category, because he's really a person, and I know he's a good person simply because of his action. Now, problem also was that I'm sick now, but I was feeling worse back then, and he wanted me to debate some Pan-African person or whatever, and I'm not doing that. I told him I don't do that debate stuff. I don't do that with people like that, because most people are emotional. I bet myself and Brother Maurice, because of where we stand right now, I actually think that we could come together and have a serious debate. People could actually analyze, and because Brother Maurice has matured a lot since that time. But a lot of these people, they get emotional too fast, and you can't talk with them. And I refuse to debate this person, and that's where the anger come in. And then the brother start really talking bad about the Mississippi campaign, started talking about me, and I mean, he just went whatever. And what must be understood is that I'm a human being.
That's right.
I'm a human being. I hurt. I cry. You may not believe it. I do. I hurt. I cry. My feelings get hurt, and things of this nature. This is something that Michael Jackson used to talk about. You know, the things that in the media or whatever. He's a human being. The things that people say, especially the lies, you know, it's a hurtful thing. So maybe I think I probably overreacted. Shouldn't have put him on that bad list so quick like that. But a certain thing, how he was talking about that Mississippi campaign, that's voodoo. Ain't nobody listening to you. Ain't nobody listening to Noble. Ain't no Taalik. You know, blah, blah, blah. I'm living a comfortable life. My truck driving job is my family. Start, you know, just going on. If you really feel that way about me, why you want to hang on this platform? Why you want to hang like that? And if you have a problem like that, you're on the platform. You can challenge or bring up the ideas to me anytime you feel like it. But you're not gonna do that because you know you're gonna get shot down. You're gonna keep it to yourself. Because you know, I'm not gonna let nobody come here and shoot down the Mississippi campaign. I'm not doing that. Because you don't have nothing better than Operation Exodus Mississippi. I know that, and you know that. And again, I offer anybody, if you think that you got something better than the Mississippi campaign, and you can hold from crime, bring your happy ass to the forum. I'll debate you and show you in a few minutes before you can even get started. Campaign is the best solution, the most realistic solution that we, as the once called niggas in this country, that's the best solution that we got here. Whether it's the Mississippi Initiative or whether it's Operation Exodus Mississippi, it don't make no difference as long as you take control of something. You don't run nothing, no neighborhood, no city, no town. Y'all don't even run your house. Your children run your house. That's why you buy them damn $500 Jordan. And you still buy all them Christmas presents. Well, the kids at school doing, and you break down, and you are red, black, and green. And we saw a picture of a red, black, and green. He got Christmas all over his page, and he blocked me, so I can't see his page no more. But it's too late, bro. I already seen RBG in a Santa Claus outfit. You don't even run your house. So I have feelings. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I never come on this platform and told you that I'm perfect. I never said I'm perfect. I don't mistake things of this nature. I don't say that. I never tell you that I'm some type of Christ or Messiah. I never felt the hate in 2020 towards me. I've been to these people, except be me. I have a problem with religion. I express myself. I have a problem with spirituality. I express myself. I have a problem with a lot of this pro-black, pan-African, blackity black tea. I have a problem with things. If you can't handle me having a problem with it, you shouldn't be around me. You can't take it. Because I'm going to express myself, me. Because if I'm not me, I'm fake. And why you want to be around somebody that's fake? I want to be me. And if you can control your tears and your emotion, we can have a debate the issue. But see, I don't really like debates because when it's all said and done, you still gonna believe what you believe. You're not gonna change mine. I see all these debates, and whoever believed in whatever, I didn't see nobody mind get you. They still was the same. Oh, we learning. How you learning? You ain't learning nothing. The only thing you are there is to cheer your on. Go get them, Atma Osmos. Go get them, Brother Polite. Go get them, Sarah Sumseti. You know, on your pastor, your preacher. Because that's all that they are. They're not revolutionaries. They're just nothing but preachers. So debating is worthless. It don't mean anything. Cheer on your hero whether he lose the debate or not. Oh, so-and-so won. It was quite obvious, but you still gonna say so-and-so won because that's your boy. You know, that's your lady friend. Most sisters don't get involved in all these debates. But Brother Maurice is here because I don't hate. I don't hate us. And we go through emotional things, but I don't hate nobody. Now, if I hate somebody, we know who that is. That's this vicious enemy that we have to deal with. He has earned the hate, the lynching, the discrimination, the murder, and the list goes on and on. He's earned hate.
That's right.
You and I shouldn't be that way.
That's right.
We are supposed to be against him. I'm not interested in hating you. I have no reason to hate you like that. So but I cannot maintain it because I love us. I don't hate Brother Fine. I don't hate Marcus Garvey. I don't hate Africans. None of that stuff that y'all be talking about. I love us. And I stand with those who have been the victim of these vicious beasts. I know who the enemy is. Let me make a few more points. I'm going to let us go. Just want to put that personal out there. My door is open to us. Some of you understand. And you hold these grudges. We cannot afford to hold these grudges. Because unification is the only thing that's going to get us out of this. We got to have unity. That's why I don't care how many times Brother Maurice kicked my ass, I'm going to keep reaching out. I got to. Because unity is the only thing that's going to help us get out of here. We're going to learn how to work, even though we have differences of opinion or whatever. Learn how to grow up and get out of that. You think that these Peckerwoods, you think George Washington and Patrick Henry, all them suckers, you think they agree with one another and it was this lovey-dovey thing? No. They understood they was oppressed by mama. And they're gonna have to get mama off their back. All this other stuff, we can already did. They argued and debated after they won once they earned their freedom. They liberated themselves. You can argue about Pan-Africanism or Black First or Hebrew Israelite. All that stuff, do it after you get free, after you become liberated. And you can do that all day long. I'll be sitting on the Gulf Coast beach getting a tan while y'all arguing and stuff over there. You know, because I'm not really interested. You know, you go to the colleges and the universities and y'all can argue and debate that stuff 24 hours till you're blue in the face. But not do it, and you earned it because now you liberated and you free.
That's right.
And you earned the right to do it. Right now, it's nothing but entertainment. And it's not taking you nowhere. It's nothing but entertainment. Something for a feral slave to do. Because I know what's better to do. I'm not fighting the enemy. I'm not taking it to the enemy. It's just something for a slave to do. Hold on, my favorite TV show getting ready to come on. See, that's how y'all do. Super Bowl. What you talking about is cool, but the Super Bowl getting ready to come on. I remember Sergeant Sunseti was doing a speech to hurry up because he knew his people, the Super Bowl was getting ready to come on. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. That goes to show you. Now here you are in an atmosphere, Black Power family hotel. Want to go see the Crackers run up and down with a football. That's what's on your mind. And you wonder why we're not liberated in 2020. Because we chasing football games. Can't wait till the NBA, blah, blah, Black Power. You know, going back to that Pan-African, he's wearing his Washington Redskins jackets, all this stuff. Still caught up in the Peckerwoods world, and you're going to turn around and tell me I need to be African. You're not no damn African. You're wearing a Santa Claus hat and a Washington Redskins. What type of Pan-African are you? I'm not trying to make my. That's how he expresses himself. And he wants to be like you. No, if I'm Marcus Garvey, I'm going to be down. For real. Matter of fact, I'm going to be so down, I've probably been in jail over the stuff. I'm not nothing to play with. When I was in the Nation of Islam, I was ready to kick. I'm not playing with you. If Minister Farrakhan had gave the order to do whatever, it's done. I'm not here to play with you. Is the enemy playing with you? No. You got to get serious, just like your enemy is serious. He's not playing with you. He's ready to take out. Do you understand? And the only thing you want to do is go out to dinner with your girlfriend, Red Lobster. That's the only thing on your mind. You know, trying to get in somebody's panties. You know, that's the only thing on your mind. You know, taking all these babies, you don't produce baby milk, you don't produce baby diapers, babies, nothing. All of it, black power crap, all of it, everything that you come from your you're not ready. Just like Brother Muhammad said, Mississippi campaign should have been done long time ago. Long time ago.
That's right.
Do you know why the Mississippi campaign exists? Do you know why Angel Snub 7 exists?
Come on now.
The reason why I exist is because of the failure of those prior to me. That's why I exist. Because if you were successful, or if what you're doing was actually making progress, there will be no need for me to show up. But you're missing something. You're lacking something. You're staying in the past. I was talking to Brother Omar. Stay too much in the past instead of dealing with the present and having vision for the future. And the Mississippi campaign has all those components. Every component that you need to be successful is in the Mississippi campaign. Operation Exodus Mississippi campaign, the full title. Exodus, you need to leave. Campaign, because you are at war. This is a campaign. You need to look at Mississippi like you're going to war and we getting ready to take over these towns and these cities. We taking over this country.
Go ahead now.
Taking control of the country. I want to get that straight because they like to use words against you. What you mean take it over? No, we want to take control. We want to take control of it. Really, it'd be the same thing because we still took over, but you know, just for the sake of language. What you mean take over? Want to call you a domestic terrorist and all that other crazy nonsense.
Exactly.
So that's the reason why. The reason why Brother Marie exists. And he was attracted to the Mississippi campaign idea because it's time for a change, a new strategy, a new way of looking at things, doing things.
That's right.
Things are good. You can incorporate those ideas, but it has to be under one umbrella, one army, moving forward in one time. You see how armies march? The soldiers don't, this group of soldiers go this way, and the other one go that. They march in time together, in rhythm.
That's right.
And that's what happens with the Mississippi campaign. You come together under one umbrella, you march in time, in rhythm. One goal, one purpose, one destiny, one plan. You put all these factions together under one umbrella and move forward. If you lose, you lose. But if you win, you win big. You win big. We do it together. Win or lose.
That's right.
But you do it together. And you can say, I honestly made an attempt to do this.
That's right.
Now, we haven't evolved. So Liberation Day, because that's what we need. Liberation. You should want that. Aren't you excited? Right. Aren't you excited? No. Yes, no, they ain't excited. They ain't excited about it. Because just like the brother said, I'm sorry, y'all was all, I was listening to so many people, I forgot who said it. But they're comfortable in this oppression. They're comfortable in this oppression. So how can you be excited about liberation? Liberation means work.
That's right.
And you don't want to do a whole lot of work. You want somebody else to do the work for you. That's why Jesus will fix it. Yes, he will. Jesus. Come on, Brother Muhammad. Come on with me. Jesus. I was in church with Sister Nova doing that. Jesus will fix it.
I was doing that.
That's how they do it. Waiting on the mother plane. Waiting on somebody to come and do something. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's on us.
That's right.
A man put us in this condition. It's going to take men to get us out of the condition. Your problem is you're not a damn man.
Go ahead.
And people get on my case because I talk about black men. You put black men down and soul brothers down, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm trying to lift you up, get you to show you that you're not a man. You need to work yourself to get back to that. If we was men, ain't no man want to be a slave for nobody for no damn 400 years.
Come on now.
You had to be broken.
That's right.
And the reason why you're still broken, because you're not a man. Because a man is not going to sit around here and continue to have babies in his oppressed house, and your wife and your children know that you're not really the provider. Another man is doing the damn provider.
That's right.
We don't produce food, clothing, shelter, electricity, gas, nothing. It all comes from the peckerwood. You should be embarrassed as a man. A man don't want to live in another man's house. Here you are living in this country. It's not, you're not an equal. You don't make no laws.
Come on now.
You don't make no policies. You just hear. And you complain. Well, my son, how come I didn't get an extra biscuit, Mouse? Because I don't give you no damn extra biscuit. That's why. That's why you didn't get an extra biscuit. That's all you can do. No justice, no peace. How long we been saying no justice, no peace? And you got those old signs back in the day. Remember, you put the sign over your shoulder talking, I am a man.
Come on, man.
Why you gotta put a sign on you talking, I am a man? You don't know? They don't know that that's what you are?
Come on now.
Have you ever seen a lion have to put a sign talking, I am a lion? Oh, you're gonna find out. Oh, you're gonna find out. If you don't believe it, you're gonna find out.
That's right.
I had to put on no damn sign.
That's right.
When I was locked up with them Peckerwoods and they was dealing with me, I didn't have to tell them who I was.
Come on.
They found out who they was dealing with.
That's right.
I didn't have to put on no sign.
Go ahead.
And even though I lost a lot of years, yeah, they kicked my ass like Brother Maurice and Brother Gary, whatever. They kicked my ass for a long time. When it's all said and done, I whooped them, embarrassed the hell out of them. They told me it can't be done. You can't get out of here without our permission. Wrong. I used your law and got out. And there's nothing that you could do about it. That's why I'm telling you, the Mississippi campaign comes from that foundation that you can use the law. Take their gun and shoot them with it.
Go ahead.
That's where we're coming from. Understand, whatever tools they give you, use it against them.
That's right.
The Panther Party was a prime example, except they didn't keep it going. They found loopholes in the law. Then the Peckerwood turned around and closed the loopholes. Keep finding them. There's plenty of them. Keep searching for them. Keep making that Peckerwood change the law.
That's right.
Keep them on their feet. Keep them working. Your ass should have plenty of energy because we've been doing all the work for the last 300, 400 years. You should have plenty of energy to do some work.
That's right.
You should be excited about your liberation. When I present Soul Liberation Day, people talk about, what is that? You should be excited.
That's
you
right.
should be happy about it. Being liberated. Your soul. Out from under this vicious beast.
That's right.
You should be happy, but they're not. And you have pro-black folks talking all that blackity black stuff. They're comfortable too. And that's why they don't like Angel Snuffing Up 7 because they know, I know that you're fake. You're not really real. I told you back in the day, I'm willing to do almost anything. I'm not, it's not a game to me. You're not ready to die on the battlefield. You're not ready. You see your grandkids grow up. How the hell are you going to be a soldier and you tell me, I want to see my grandchildren grow up? That means you don't have no interest in your liberation because you have to understand, many soldiers have never seen their grandchildren.
That's right.
You may not never see. You won't see your grandchildren. You won't see too much of nothing because you putting your life on the line to make it better for your grandchildren.
That's right.
Malcolm X and all his grandchildren. Dr. King never seen his grandchildren.
That's right.
Not on the battlefield.
That's right.
Many of the people that fought the Revolutionary War, they did not see their future generations. They didn't see none of that.
That's right.
But that's what happened when you're a soldier. You have to understand that. You know, your wife and the children, if you have, they have to understand, I'm a soldier. I'm leaving the house, but I might not come back.
Go ahead.
See, when we are in Mississippi and we're in control of Mississippi, we become soldiers. Your wife and your children have to understand, when we go to war, I might not be coming back, baby.
That's right.
I'm in defense of our nation.
That's right.
Because that's what it really is going to become, our nation in a nation for real.
That's right.
Not no title, talk about Nation of Islam, and you really an organization. No, we have a country. We have a state capital. We got a real army. I'm not making market, but we don't have no FOI. We have real soldiers getting paid by our taxpayers to defend our nation.
That's right.
A nation. Right. So you will be having a nation in a nation, and we are soldiers, and we take control of Mississippi, and the next place we want to take, we want to get Alabama, we want to get Georgia, we want to get Tennessee. We want to be conquered. We want to start taking over. We want to start taking over countries. The country of Alabama, the country of Tennessee, the country of Georgia. You should be excited to be in this moment in time, being part of it, to become the great generation ever produced. You should be happy to be part of it.
That's right.
Our ancestors had an opportunity to do it after the Civil War. But the Peckerwoods, as you know, chased them out of the South. Domestic terrorists. They was on their way to do these things anyway.
That's right.
Not a new idea. The only thing I'm doing, and Brother Maurice is doing, the only thing we're doing is continuing on what they left us, the legacy they left. We tried to do what they couldn't do.
That's right.
It can be done. It was already being done.
That's right.
You should be excited. Well, we're doing the work.
Yes,
you hear people say we're doing the work. We got a lot going on. People tell me, don't mess with Angel Snuffing Up 7. He ain't doing nothing anyway. We doing the work. What kind of work that you doing? From 2010 to 2020, if you put all this Black Power stuff together, what have they accomplished? Thousands of followers, lots of money. Put it all together from 2010 to 2020, what have they accomplished? Now you see the leadership riding around in better cars and fancy houses. You see that, but you don't see a lot of activity. Now, since you don't give Angel Snub Nub 7 nothing, you shouldn't expect nothing from Angel Snub Nub 7. Now, the difference between them and Angel Snub Nub 7, you give Angel Snub Nub 7, my conscience bothers me if I cannot produce for you.
That's right.
My conscience bothers me. I'm not interested in driving around in fancy cars and living in fancy houses and all like that. Because when it's all said and done, that don't mean nothing when you're dead. It don't mean nothing. So what?
Said a mouthful.
It don't mean nothing to you when you're dead. Those who are my age, around my age, this generation, a lot of us, we might have 20, 30 years left in our lives. All our energy, everything about us should be in the liberation of this generation.
That's right.
You should be willing to give your life. You already done live your life. You're over 50 or close to. You already did your thing. You had your children. You drove your fancy car. You got your stupid degree on the wall. You done live your life. Now give your life to your people.
Say that.
Give your life to your people.
That's right.
Don't tell me that you do all this work. You do all this work, but you have time to make videos and whatever about Angel Snub Nub 7. You have time to make videos about Sister Over. You have time to make all these different videos. When a person is busy, now I worked in the fast food business. When we got busy, you didn't have time to do nothing except keep buying them hamburgers or whatever you're doing. You don't have time to be talking about, even if you didn't like Charles, you can't talk about Charles. You're too busy slanging hamburgers.
That's right.
If you're really doing the work, you don't have time to be talking about Mr. Farrakhan didn't do this and Sonetta did. You don't have time for you. Too busy doing the work. Too damn tired.
That's right.
You're not. So that goes to show me that you're not really doing no work. You're not no real busy person. And you damn sure don't have time to go to Disneyland with your family. And you see a lot of black folks, that's what they do. They go to, wait, where you going in 2021? How you going to celebrate Soul Liberation Day? I'm going to Disneyland. That's, you know, that's how they going to celebrate Soul Liberation Day. I know men back 2009, 2010, ho, 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 you Uncle Tom, and you cool, and they talking all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. They talking all this stuff. Now I see them on Facebook. They don't say nothing. Their grandkids in their hand, docile as hell. They don't even talk Black Power and all that kind of stuff. They told me, stay away from Coons and Uncle Tom, and I'm still have a connection with the so-called Coons and Uncle Tom, and I don't know what the hell they doing. They're not doing nothing at all. On Facebook, rock-a-bye baby in the treetop, and it's all. That's what they do. Don't tell me who my friends are. Stay away from Uncle Tom. You don't tell me what to do. And look what they turn out to be. A bunch of lackeys. Want to see their grandchildren. They want to die in peace. I'd rather die, have honor on the floor of Peckerwood blowing my brains out. And at least you can say, I did with honor. Trying to get mine.
That's right.
On Facebook, giving your grandchild some damn Similac. That's what the problem with a lot of these younger people right now, because of Similac. Giving, instead of having to be breastfed, giving them damn chemicals out of a can.
Say that. That's right.
Your damn brain is not developed. I ask these guys that want to argue and debate with me and act all stupid. I said, are you breastfed or was it out of a can? They don't never answer because I already know. You fed out of a can. That damn Similac you did not get proper nutrition to your brain. You don't have it all upstairs.
That's right.
I'm a breastfed baby. I got plenty of milk. I don't go crazy. I don't go crazy because someone pull out her breast. I seen plenty breasts. So what?
Come on now.
I'm not. That don't excite me. You know what excites me? It's just like Brother Muhammad said. When we walked to the steps of Jackson, Mississippi, and said, "This is ours."
That's right.
That's what excites me. Not
That's
no
right.
breast and a damn thong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's nice to watch sometimes, but that ain't my. I could care less. That's not top priority.
Exactly.
You got breasts and a thong, but she's a slave.
Come on.
Live in another man's country. So what?
Come on.
Wow. You ain't gonna be doing that in our country. You're gonna learn.
Right.
You're gonna learn how to be modest. And ain't
That's
no thongs,
right.
ain't no thongs and showing all your stuff like that. I'm not expecting you to dress up like no garbage bag or nothing, but we don't do that.
You need to cover this.
You deserve better than that.
That's right.
That's right.
And a woman in our society will be put on a pedestal.
Yes.
And be protected.
That's
and
right.
our children protected. You sex traffickers, if we catch your ass, when we take control of you, you don't have to worry about no court dates.
Sure don't.
The only
Sure
thing
don't.
you have is a Mississippi River.
That's right.
Yes,
what happened to us, though? We don't know. We just found a body in Mississippi. The Georgia Mississippi Bureau of Investigation ain't going to investigate a damn thing.
That's right.
We take control. A proud people. You're going to change your ways so that you can demand respect and be respected.
That's right.
You're going to show the world, all of humanity, what a real diamond is in a human being.
That's right.
And it's not difficult.
Mm-mm.
It's not difficult. It's not boring. And you're going to find out it's the best way to live.
That's right.
You don't have to buy all them damn locks for your doors. When I was growing up, Brother Omar can probably bear witness too, because he's an older. When I was growing up in the country, we didn't have no locks on no doors. Somebody comes to your door and they knock, and that's where they stay. If nobody didn't say come in, they kept their happy ass out. Didn't happen. We didn't have no locks nowhere. You might latch the screen door sometime. That's it. We need a different way of life, a different way of looking at things. We need change. We need a change. And it has nothing to do with religion. You can do all these things, and you don't have to be religious. You can be righteous, and you don't have to be religious. You don't have to believe in a God or nothing like that. And nobody would try to force you to do nothing. We want to show you that you can live a righteous, clean life. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with that. They got you believing, running around here, looking at pornography 24 hours a day, and watching murder, just like Brother Muhammad was talking about earlier. Who was that? I forgot. Y'all was saying so many. I forgot who said what. But we was talking about these shows, television shows, watching murder all day long.
Exactly.
CSI, the FBI file, folks shooting and killing, kidnapping and murder. You know, even the superheroes fighting and killing and destroying and tearing up stuff. That has a psychological effect.
That's
and
right.
You wonder why the society is so violent?
Come on now.
It's supposed to be violent. We have a lack of focus.
That's right.
I don't want you to get angry at me, okay? When I say this. We are doing too many things here. This person want to do this, and this person want to do that, blah, blah, blah. There's no focus. In martial arts, they teach you focus. Remember that scene in Enter the Dragon, and Bruce Lee was trying to teach the student, and he pointed to the sky, and then he hit him in the head. Don't concentrate on the finger, or you will miss all the heavenly glory. because he's too focused on the finger. When he should focus on that whole, the universe itself.
That's right.
We focus on small things here.
Yes.
And we're not looking at the universe, the whole picture. When we talk about the Mississippi campaign is the catalyst so that the whole universe can open up to you.
Come on now.
Not just focus on a school,
Mm-hmm.
a shoe business, whatever this little tiddly-toddly stuff that we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Focus. And your mind, if you want liberation, or even if you want a woman, when brothers chasing a woman, you focus. Man,
that's right.
She's fine. Man, you focus on that. And that's the only thing in your mind, 24 hours a day. How can I get that?
Come on now.
You don't focus. When it's this one particular woman that you want, you don't be thinking about Sandra and all like that. Your focus is, I want that.
Mm-hmm.
And you focus on that. And you think about how I'm going to get that.
Yes.
You got to maintain focus.
That's right.
Whether you win the prize or not, you know that you got to stay focused.
That's right. You teaching.
So here we are with the Mississippi campaign. And like the brother said, we should have had this kicked off and going, whatever. Mississippi Initiative, Operation, whatever. We should be up and running in Mississippi, going strong years ago. But why? Because we're not focused. We have people that not focused. They want to talk about other things. They want to do other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to run a shoe business. I want to climb the Gateway Arch. I want to suck your feet. Whatever it is, they don't have no focus. When I was focused. And you need to understand this. If you don't care, nobody else don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't care, why should anybody else give a damn?
That's right.
I understood that nobody looked out for my situation more than me.
Mm-hmm.
They put booty in my face. They put other things in my path to try to distract me from what I do. I said no.
Mm-hmm.
I can get booty when I get out.
Go ahead.
My focus is getting out.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't nothing to accomplish. I need to get out of here.
That's right.
Had to stay focused. Always in my room, reading law books. Always in my room, writing.
Mm-hmm.
Focus. How I'm gonna do this? How I'm gonna get out of here? If this don't, always trying different things. Well, if this, I'm ready with something else.
Mm-hmm.
See, you have to be flexible in your thinking. If you're driving and there's a roadblock, what you gonna do? Go through the roadblock? The reason why the road is blocked is because of construction.
Come on.
Something is wrong. You can't keep going.
That's right.
Because the road is blocked. We have a where the road is blocked and we still think that we can keep going forward. No. You're gonna fall off the cliff.
That's right.
You're gonna go to somewhere and have a serious problem. You have to change direction. We don't want to change direction. But that's what we're gonna have to learn how to do. I understand that's the way that my granddaddy, that's the way he went, and my grandmama went, and my great, yeah. But the road wasn't blocked when they was doing it.
Right.
You got to go differently. You got to have a change of direction. You have to learn how to be flexible.
Mm-hmm.
Lack of focus, because you want to do too many things.
That's right.
You have to put on in one spot here and said, this is what I'm going to do until I accomplish my goal, until I get that woman. Now, once you get that woman, your eyes might go to Sandra or Melanie or whoever. Now, once you get her, but your focus is, I want this one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to I get her until I accomplish my goal.
Mm-hmm.
We should have had this done a long time ago.
That's right.
I have over 100 subscribers on my Operation Exodus Mississippi campaign. I asked about a year, maybe a year or so ago, I asked those who support the Mississippi campaign, are you ready? Can we gather 50 strong to get this going? Send me an email. Let's do this. Show who's supporting. I support Operation Exodus. How do you support Operation Exodus? Because you smile? That don't help me none. That don't help the campaign because you smile.
Come on now. That's right.
First step is, like I was telling the sister, is promotion, because people cannot act upon what they don't know.
Yes.
So the first step is getting people to talking, especially in that state. You don't even have to leave your house. You can send emails to the newspapers or to the different churches. Send them email them, share the video, promotional video with them. Get them to talk out there. So you can come back to me and say, brother, support the Mississippi campaign. You know why? Because I sent all these emails to all these churches, and the mayor of Jackson want to talk to you. He want to get more information. Could you go visit? Those type of things. That's support. That's support. That's right. When you put action behind your work.
That's right.
You're not supporting me. Now, if you don't want to do a damn thing, then you can donate. You don't want to do that either. You want to be stingy and keep that in your pocket too. Well, if you don't want to do the work, then don't those who want to do the work.
Come on now. Say that.
I would like to have big billboards on I-55-20, 61. They don't even know what the Mississippi campaign is, but when they go up and down, what the hell is a Mississippi campaign?
Exactly.
They go on the internet. Let me look that up on Google. Let me Google what Mississippi campaign is about. Big old billboards with my bald head on I-55. Brother Maurice on I-55, I-20, going east. What is a Mississippi campaign? Get the people to talking.
That's right.
That's what we need. So if you support, I can't use a smile. Need your hands behind a computer screen. In the end, we need money, because they're not going to give us no billboard like that for free.
That's right.
It's not going to happen. And we got the money. We just rather keep it in our pocket because you're not excited about your liberation.
That's right.
That's the bottom line. Because liberation is more important than the white man's money. I can get money. Matter of fact, I can put value on money when I become to power. Not worried about that. It takes sacrifice, suffering, and maybe even death to get what you want.
That's right.
And you're not ready. Why aren't you liberated? Because you have not earned it.
That's right.
That's why. You're not willing to pay the price. Now look at here. I'm almost done. Can y'all bear with me just a few minutes here?
Yes, sir.
I'm almost done. Look, you got Trump and Biden, and Trump is, whether Trump is president or not, Trump is very influential. It don't make any difference. He's proven that. You got Trump, you got the Democratic Party, Republican, you got all these Peckerwoods, whatever. They are fighting against each other right now, back and forth. Almost the same type of situation as it was that created the Civil War. And the Civil War caused us to be physically free, because that was an aftermath. That was something that it just so happened we was able to take advantage of.
Right.
Here we are. If we have leadership, and you got these people going back and forth, while they fighting amongst one another, we can be slick and do our thing.
That's right.
While they bickering and fighting the one, because they can't fight us and themselves at the same time.
That's right.
And we really ain't worth all that, really, to them. If we have proper leadership, we could really make some moves and do some things.
Exactly.
They don't care nothing about Mississippi Mississippi is a poverty-stricken state. Nobody don't really give a care. You in a situation now, you can take advantage of it. Go in there and take control of all the cities in the state and the governor's mansion, whatever. And when they come out and fight from amongst themselves, next thing you know, we done changed the name from Mississippi to Akbar land, or who knows? They said, how the hell did that happen?
That's right.
When you're smart.
That's right.
Take advantage of them while they doing their thing. But we don't have leadership like that. So here we are, and I talked to Brother Maurice about this. It's not easy taking control of a city, a town. It's not easy, not an easy thing. So what you think? How you think that it's going to be so hard to take control of a state? It's not easy, especially when you don't have no help.
That's right.
When you don't have no help, very difficult.
And
I said this: if I died today, I have no legacy. There's nobody that's going to step up and take my place. Nobody. So once I die, this thing called Reality's Temple is done. Nobody have come forth and wanted to take my place, understand where I'm coming from, have my same mindset. So once I die, this is the end. And the only thing that would be videos and maybe some writings that I got on the internet or whatever. You don't want me or have a problem with Brother Maurice and Brother Maurice connecting, but if I die right now, a part of my legacy continues because Brother Maurice is carrying the torch of the Mississippi campaign.
That's right.
So that's my legacy. I still live.
That's right.
Brother Maurice.
That's right.
But y'all don't want me to be from Brother Maurice. You got a problem. You think that there's a problem with that or whatever. What have you done for me lately? You're not doing nothing except a cheerleader. I don't need no cheerleader. You need somebody that's ready to take action, even if it means your life. Willing to give everything that you. When I was with Minister Louis Farrakhan, I was willing to give everything. I ain't caring about no money. I ain't caring about no. I'm ready to give up everything for the end goal.
That's right.
You're not ready for that. You ain't what you got for Christmas. That's what you're not ready for this. We need to take control of our destiny.
Yes.
They looking for Biden. They looking for Trump. They're looking for the great white hope to do something for them. And you don't want to do nothing for yourself. You want somebody to do the work. You want Farrakhan to do all the work. You want Psychiatric to do the work, or young Pharaoh. They always look for somebody to do the work so they can sit on their ass and give them money so they can feel good about themselves. But you ain't did a damn thing.
Nothing.
Nothing. You don't even really support the people that you tell you support. You give them some money, but you really don't support them. You don't do nothing. You're not going to be liberated until you earn it. That's another thing people don't like about me. I only give you credit when you earn it. I'm not going to tell you that the black man is God and you ain't earned it. I'm not going to tell you you no damn king and queen. You don't rule a damn thing. I'm not calling you no king and queen. We used to be. Well, what it used to be ain't what it is right now. That don't mean a damn thing in 2020. What you used to be.
No, it doesn't.
And if you used to be that, tell me when you did it. You ain't ruled a damn thing. Only thing you did is a slave in America. Waiting on the next episode of the Cosby Show. That's who you are. That's who you've been in this country. TV. That's all you. That's what you've been. Waiting for the next episode of Good Time. Dynamite. That's what you've been in this country for 400 years. Waiting on somebody to give you something when you should be taking it.
Mm-hmm.
You want reparations? You don't have to ask them a damn thing. Be slick and take it.
That's right.
Their laws and get it.
Mm-hmm.
The Mississippi campaign is a catalyst and a vessel where we can take it, whether they like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
What you like? I'm against reparations. I don't give a damn what you against, sir. I got the reparations, whether you like it or not. About what you talking about. Be smart enough to take it.
That's right.
Waiting on somebody to give you something. You have to take control of your own destiny.
Yes.
Stop letting people tell what you should and shouldn't do. You take control of it.
That's
When you begging somebody for something, they determine where you go and what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And how much you have?
That. We're not into that on this platform. We don't do that. And for those of you who believe in God, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? You said God come when Jesus come. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing when you take control of your destiny? And when Jesus comes, a Savior come, and they come, when they get here, it's like, there ain't nothing for me to do. Because you done took control of your destiny. I took care of myself, sir.
That's right. That's right.
It's nice that you showed up, Jesus. It's nice that you showed up, Muhammad, but it ain't all necessary. Matter of fact, why don't you have a seat and we go get you some cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
We already took care. You know why? Because I'm God myself.
Go ahead. That's right.
I'm a God myself. I don't need to wait on you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want this in my conclusion. For those who keep pushing this narrative, well, if you so into that, we move to Mississippi. You need to move to Mississippi. I'm not your savior. I'm not your Messiah. I'm not your leader. I owe you. I don't have to do nothing. So we don't even have to argue that point. I'm not responsible for grown people. Now you have people that say I'm your savior and I'm your Messiah. That's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at Mississippi, it has to be a prepared place. I'm not going to ask nobody to go to a place prepared. Before a bird lay an egg, they make a nest first. They prepare that egg, making a nest.
That's true.
So the people, in order for us to do what we need to do, those who are living there already, they must be prepared properly. So when you make that move, everything else fall into place. The egg, the hatching of the egg, all that type of stuff, and things move forward. So it has to be prepared first.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we need to do first. If the people don't have the right mindset, it don't make any sense to do anything with them. They are satisfied with being in the condition that they're in. Why should I waste my time with people who want to be saved? I'm not. You might want to do that. I'm not into that. And then there are many who suffer from what I call the little red hen syndrome.
Come on,
you
now.
heard the story of the little red hen?
Come on.
And she went out some seeds and she asked the other animals, will you help me plant the seeds? They said, no, I ain't gonna help you plant no seed. Will you help me get the weeds out there? I ain't gonna help you do that. Will you help me harvest the Will you help me make the flour? I ain't gonna help you do nothing. Will you help me bake the bread? I ain't gonna do. But once the bread got done, now here come everybody. Will you help me eat the bread? Everybody wants to come. Oh, no.
Come on,
I
now.
don't do that. I don't do that. I'm not gonna do all the work. Sister Nova, Brother Maurice, Brother Omar, we ain't gonna do all the work. And your happy ass come and eat the bread. It ain't gonna happen. If you don't want to help, you don't want to participate, that's fine with me. If you where you at, that's fine with me. Now, if you want to be saved, you need to go to some other channel and talk to some other people who do that. They do the saving thing, the Messiah thing. I don't do the saving thing. You don't want to help yourself, then hey, that's on you. But if you want to get off your ass and we really want to make a change and really want something, I have no problem with people who want to help themselves.
Yes.
I'm not going to beat a little red hen and go out here and see another thing. If I do all this work, if I do all this building, then I deserve to run things the way I feel they need to be run. You don't have nothing. You don't have a say so in nothing. Because you didn't help do nothing.
That's right.
So I run it and I get all the credit. I get all the credit and I run things the way I want it to be run. But see, it's for us. So if it's for us, all of us should be participating.
Yes.
Not no I, not no you, us, we. And so when we make laws, we make the laws. When we make the policy, we make the policy. It's about we.
Yes.
And we get the credit for Mississippi, not me, not Maurice. We get the credit for taking control of the state, not an individual. And that way you can feel pride and your babies can say, look what we did, because the Mississippi campaign, I got it set up, even the children can work and participate, and they might be too young to remember. You take a picture of them when they little babies, you show them, you helped us become the nation we become. Look at those seeds you was planting when you was 2-3 years old.
That's right.
And they can feel pride. This is my nation.
That's right.
And when we go to war, they be happy to die.
That's right.
For that nation.
That's right.
Take control of your destiny. Become the great people that you claim you are. Be that. Don't claim it. Be about it. Be real. Tripping and getting your. He said this about the Pan-African. He said this about the black first. He said this old damn whining and crying y'all be doing all the time. Get the job done.
Yeah.
The reason why I talk because we need to get off our ass and be real.
That's right.
And do the work. We don't have time for debate, go back and forth, and all this kind of stuff. Pretty soon it's going to be too late.
That's right.
You don't have a safe haven. You have nowhere to go. You don't have nobody to protect you. If things broke out right now, what do you do? You don't produce no water. You don't produce no gas, electricity. You have nowhere to go. What little you got, your little pop gun to protect you for a certain period of time. The others who are more powerful come in and take what little that. We totally helpless here, y'all.
That's true.
We totally helpless.
True.
You understand that? We helpless.
I do. I understand.
So it's up to us. Like I told you, I'll probably be dead within the next few months or 10 years or whatever. I don't care. I'm willing to help you be successful and get you where you need to go. Stop listening to these fools. And you got to have a timetable. Stop listening to these people talk about, well, I don't know when it's going to happen. They don't know they doing. We don't need a timetable. You go to work and get a timetable. Just like when you are in a campaign, the general asks the soldiers, when you think you can take over, when you going to blow up that bridge? Give me a timetable. When you going to have your soldiers march to Richmond? It's a timetable. Don't give you a timetable, don't know what the hell they doing. You know damn well that you're not gonna accept somebody if you got a hole in your roof. You're not gonna accept nobody to come to your house talk about, well, what they say about God. God do things in His own good time or something like that. You nobody want to hear that. I do things in my own good time. You don't want to hear that stuff. You want your roof fixed. So if you support Mississippi Initiative, you support the Mississippi Campaign, Realist is both the same thing. It don't make no difference. And you give us your full support, you give us your money, your time, you willing to die for the cause, we gonna give you timetable. We gonna give you steady progress reports. We took over Clarksdale. We took over Biloxi. We took over Greenwood. We gonna give you timetables. We on our way to the Capitol. It's took. It's out.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Messing around with these losers and this nonsense and living these fairy tale, the real pipe dream. We giving you timetables. You support us like you do them, you're gonna get something for your money. The only thing you're gonna get them is a pretty damn speech and some la-di-da. That's all you're gonna get. That's all you've been getting for the last year. La-di-da.
That's right.
Get on board the soul train. Get on board and let's get this real. It don't take a lot of us to get things. Once we get it started, you won't believe. It'll be like an avalanche. It'll just start. You know how it is when a snowball go on a mountain, and then it's like an avalanche. And you get to the point where you said, they could have done this a long time ago. Yeah. Look how long for you to get that in your head. It don't take much. Once you get to rolling, nothing can stop you. Just like Brother Omar was saying, I believe. Nothing can stop us. The only thing stopping us is ourselves. They can't stop us. The white man gonna do this, and I don't about them. What they say, I don't care what they do. They cannot stop you.
That's right.
The only thing stopping you is yourself.
That's right.
Lazy. You comfortable. Living with, satisfied with this little, this little trinkets that they give you.
Right.
They got real power. Have you ever been to a nuclear power plant? Have you ever been to an electric company, gas company? Have you ever been there, seen that type of stuff? Water company, they control your water that you sink. That's the kind of power they have. Billion, trillion dollar corporation. You ain't nowhere close. But guess what? Take control of Mississippi. Now you're in a position to do it.
That's right.
Oh, gas companies. You can control electric companies. You learn how to do all that stuff yourself. When the Peckerwood don't want to help you, learn how to do it. We got people that know how to do that stuff. Get them to come and pay them. Pay your people for bills. Bring them on.
Exactly.
Stop being cheap. Get our homeless off the street. Bring them and give them a home. Let us be family. So one day, when we celebrate Soul Liberation Day, it'll be something like, wow, the greatest thing ever. And this is not to reduce the meaning of anything else, but to pull this off, you've done some amazing stuff. Our answer be really, really proud. And with that said, I want to thank everybody joining us this afternoon. I think our sister Omega, she dropped off. You know, it's a long. This is 1 4-hour talks, Brother Omar. It's another 4-hour talk. 4-hour limit. I really. This whole thing has been so beautiful, man. This is the best Soul Liberation Day ever. I mean, I couldn't ask for better. I just could not ask for better. I really appreciate everybody. We look beautiful and energetic and has so much energy. It's just amazing. I thank you so much. You know, the haters gonna have to hate on, but you know that's the way it go. You know, we gonna be successful here. We're gonna do everything that we can. At least when I go to my grave, when I go to the cemetery, you can put on my. He tried.
Mm-hmm.
He tried. A lot of you not gonna be able to say you tried.
Mm-hmm.
We tried our best. You know, I can't control other people how they. If it was up to me, this Mississippi campaign, this thing we've been done a long time ago. But it's not up to me. It's up to other people. So it's up to you to make up your mind. Help us. The first step is to promote, get people to talking, share videos, send the promotion of video out to wherever. You don't even have to know the people. Just see an email and just send it out. People to talk.
Right.
Because the people cannot act upon what they don't know.
That's right.
We got to let them know that there's something that can change their lives and the lives of their future generations forever for the better. So again, thank you, panelists, for joining me. Brother Talib on the speakerphone, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thank you for those in the chat room that always support us. Thank you so much. In the chat room, those who have been listening and those who will be listening later. Of course, I'm going to share the hell out of this video all over my social media. And Sister Double will tell you that I got some medical problems here, but it don't make no difference. I'm still going to be a tight fucker. And I'm going to get this video out here. And I'm going to do my best to put it out there. And even the old Mississippi campaign, Soul Liberation Day videos, Operation Exit, they have thousands of views right now. But we need a whole lot more than that. We need to get some 100,000, 500,000. You know, we need to get in there. The people need to know that the solution, the answer is here, and anything that you got, just bring it under one tree, umbrella. We got this. Only thing stopping us is ourselves.
That's right.
5,000. Thank y'all so much for joining us. And where's my Miss Van? I'm gonna put that out here before we split. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, put that out there. And we already 5,000. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for joining me. You made me very happy. I'm very proud.
Yes, sir. Thank you, beloved. Thank you.
And thank you too.
Anybody want to say something real quick? You know, we still going.
Yes, brother. Yes, thanks for once again allowing me on the panel today. And what was all said, I mean, I just can't believe how this energy is, like the brother was saying, you know. I mean, this is definitely positive here, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody in sync, you know, ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying, having no temper tantrums and arguing and all that kind of crazy stuff, you know. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, on a common code, you know, as a common denominator, you know? And everybody, you know, understands where we got to go from here. And it's just that simple.
Yes.
And I can't really put it in too many more words, but just to say that, you know, no matter how much we disagree with each other, we have to keep our eyes on the prize. And this goal to get free.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And also, what's more important, so our future generations won't never know what it is to be a so-called Negro. You know what I'm saying? Or a statistic or a print number, you know, or you know, a statistic whose lives have been lost streets, you know what I'm saying, because of what this society produces, you know what I'm saying, and further degenerating us as a people, you know. So, I mean, we need to really understand that this is, much as this is important for us in the present right now, this is important for our future generations, our babies who will be born in the future, who won't have to understand or know what it is or what we're going through right now. Matter of fact, won't even be nowhere in their mind because they'll be in a whole different reality.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I'm gonna pass it back to you, brother.
All right. Anyone else have any closing remarks?
What I would humbly suggest is that is your organization incorporated? Now I want to see you, Brother Taalik. Brother Taalik. Well, what I would suggest is that we incorporate, if it's not incorporated already, put together a constitution, because what has been the failure of our leaders in the past is that our leaders, our personalities have come up, but they didn't lead institutions. And what we might want to do is working at making the Mississippi Project a corporate structure, and not only that, establish a constitution with bylaws. That way, if for some reason any of the leaders go on, we set something up like the United States of America, is that have elections. Now, this is where our votes really matter, because it's mattering for us, amongst us, and not worried about what happened with the United States government. You know, we create and establish our own government.
That's right.
And it can be established with this particular project. We put together something that will live on after we're gone, because it can't be built on a personality, because personalities come and they go, but structures live. And that is my humble suggestion that this organization do. You know, that way we got something we can pass on to our children. You understand what I'm saying, Brother Taalik? I don't know if you hear me, but we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say I agree, dear brother. We have to have, you know, our own setup, our own organization, our own understanding of what the laws that we're going to create and how we're going to, you know, carry them forward. It's all about being able to govern yourself, being able to lead yourself. You know, we don't need our enemy to be over us and we voting for them to be our new master. No, that day is gone, and we ain't coming back to visit that day no more.
Absolutely.
So, you know, this is what it's about. Self-governance. We can prove. And, you know, that's one thing that the Constitution, well, not the Constitution, the 1866 Civil Rights Act, when it was passed in 1866, it said that this is the validation for those who are American citizens. Your right to vote, you know. And it's just unfortunately for us, when the federal troops left the South, then it was killing day started for us. And we have really never bounced back from that, because all of our leadership, or the majority of our leadership, were always afraid of this enemy. And now it's our turn to challenge the giants and to win. So I just want to say thank you. I enjoyed Soul Liberation Day, and it was a blessing to be a part. And I rest my mic.
Same here. Okay.
I just want to add on to what Brother Maurice Muhammad said. It's true, everything that he said about you know what happened in our history, and I do agree also with Brother Omar that we do need bylaws. We need to create bylaws, because that would basically be the laws of our campaign. it would be the laws that we set in place for our campaign. And I wouldn't mind, contributing. I wouldn't mind contributing on the writing of those bylaws. So, if that's okay, with Brother Muhammad and Brother Taalik, then I wouldn't mind, contributing toward that.
Perfect.
Excellent.
That's awesome. That'll work.
That's excellent. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I had my mic. I'm having technical difficulties on my end. I could barely hear what everybody had to say, so I'm going to have to check once the video uploads, whatever. But again, thank you so much, Brother Omar. I'll be talking to you, later on this week sometime probably. And Brother Muhammad, I really thank you for coming and your presence. You're very powerful young man. And like I said, you're, if I die today, you my only prodigy, Brother Muhammad. Hey, that's it. I don't, unless someone step up. And there's a brother, Sister Tangi. She has a son. I don't know. He's a little on young. I think he's only 10 years old, but he's fired up with Reality Temple, video. But he's a young side. I need somebody a little bit more, a little older. Mm-hmm. And thank you, my big sister Noble for and Sister Omega. Thank you so much. Be talking to you. We're gonna stay in contact. All of us stay in contact. And Brother Bakari was in the chat room. I want to send a shout out to Brother Bakari. And I just want to say also, in the end, I have ill will to nobody. All that band stuff, that's the past. Y'all can throw it out to whatever. But we have to be serious about things. I don't have time to be playing games with nobody. And we have to respect one another and stop being so emotional over things. Come on now. Let's go ahead and accomplish something, because we really can be the greatest generation ever produced and make our ancestors very proud. And they can rest in peace knowing that we'll be all right. And also, send a shout out to your Brother Muhammad.
Huh?
Children shall lead. She said, the children shall lead the way. Age ain't number. I know that's right. I know that's right. Believe me, we're working with that young brother. Sister Taji, she's a Reality's temple. She Reality's temple forever. So, her people, her children is Reality's temple or nothing at all. So, so we want everybody to get on the soul train. We want everybody to get on the Be First train. We want to be one whoop ass. We want the ass out of these folks. So that's what we want to do. And we want to accomplish something that we can be proud of. Something when our children look up, they say, look what we done. Not because the white man can have this or the Chinese said that you can do it. No, we did it because we took it.
That's right.
We became the gods. We said, be, and it is. Let there be light. We want the light.
That's right.
We want to go.
That's right.
And we got the power. It's right here. The kingdom of heaven is right here with us. All that we got to do is just do it. Stop being scared. Like the brother said, you scared to go from one place to, you scared of the unknown. There's nothing to be scared of. That's your heaven that you're talking about. That's your salvation that you're talking about. That's the gift you giving to yourself. You don't have to wait on Santa Claus.
That's right.
So thank you, Sister Muhammad. She said, be one whoop ass. And hopefully in the future, as long as I have strength, we're going to do some things. And come on, y'all. Let's don't set support without action. You got to put some actions behind that support. We don't need cheerleaders, I'll leave the cheerleading to those half-naked ladies at them football games. we don't do cheer. We don't need any cheerleaders. On that note, y'all have a nice night. I thank everybody. And we are Audi 5000. Thank you for joining me on Soul Liberation Day 2021. We out.
Peace.
Peace. Peace, everybody.
Peace. I guess we're going out.
Yeah. Oh, you know something what I forgot to do? Well, that's because I had all those that commercial crap going on. I forgot my little thing. I like that.
I guess that thing went off now, huh?
Yeah, everybody gone.